And welcome to the December 21st meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner.
Here.
Councilmember Dish.
Here.
Councilmember Griswold.
Here.
Councilmember Song.
Here.
Councilmember Grand.
Here.
Councilmember Radina.
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Councilmember Iyer.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Briggs.
Here.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? I'm sorry, Councilmember Song.
Is this where I can move something from the agenda for discussion or no?
Do you mean one of the consent agenda items?
Yes.
That is done at the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. I'll wait.
No worries. Councilmember Iyer, did you have something to say?
No.
Carry on. Voting. All those in favor of the agenda, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from our city administrator?
No, sir, we don't.
We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak as public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you've been connected, please enter the meeting ID 980-3597-8943. That is 980-3597-8943. Once you've been connected, please then enter *9 to indicate your position. Our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. The last 3 digits of your telephone number when it is your turn to speak. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. As a matter of, I was giving you my in-person rules and introductions. So you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time is up. When your time is up, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Carol Scholar.
Phone number 217, ending in 217. You can unmute yourself and speak. Caller with the phone number ending in 217. I believe if you hit *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilman Nelson. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. My name is Carol Scala, and I'm a homeowner in the 4th Ward. To our new council members, Briggs, Iyer, Radina, and Song, I would like to extend a welcome and gratitude. Thank you for your commitment to serve the city we all love. Thank you in advance for what we trust will be governance in reason, fairness, and consideration of hard data and facts on the issues that will come before you. I am part of a group of homeowners that will be prohibited from legally renting our homes under the recently passed short-term rental ordinance. As an owner, I am also a neighbor, committed to my community, investing in my home and its property value and maintaining that property to a standard some are not committed to. What I am not is a super wealthy party house host with only an ulterior motive to make money and with utter disregard for my neighbors. Tonight you will be asked to vote on a resolution, DC 1, that would direct staff to amend the ordinance to allow those of us who legally bought homes and are renting them to continue to do so regardless of their location. We ask that you support the mayor and the majority of council who see this as fair, just, and reasonable without discriminating against any one group of owners. We ask you to bring your sound governance to the table and work with us as we have been asking council for over a year to achieve an equitable end goal. We are trusting that common sense, wisdom, fairness, and reason will trump the hard line without merit opposition to this handful of dedicated homeowners who have purchased and rented these homes legally. We are committed to being good neighbors vested in our properties and neighborhoods, and we are asking for the consideration that would allow us to continue our hard work. Thank you for your consideration. Best of luck in your new term of service, and I hope that we will have your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is
Thank you.
Heidi Posher.
Caller with the phone number ending in 509, Ms. Posher. If you unmute your phone, you can speak. Go ahead.
Hi, I appreciate the actions taken to revisit the STR ordinance and to determine regulatory structures that will allow continued operation of pre-existing short-term rentals. It's important to my family, to my company, and to my employees. We've covered a lot of territory with the debates on this issue, and I suspect that some perspectives will never fully align. But actually, my reason for speaking tonight is to say, while I strongly disagree that there's a connection between STRs and affordable housing, I do see the passion and the advocacy for attention to this issue as something that's critically important. I want to say that this advocacy has led me to consider what I can do to contribute to addressing this challenge. And I think it's critically important for all of us not to stay so galvanized in our viewpoint that we miss the perspective of others. I know that it's hard and it's very challenging to lead on issues that are tough to solve. And I'll be looking for ways to respond to the leadership of people that I don't necessarily agree with on the logic of their viewpoints, but that I want to support in terms of their advocacy, especially when it comes to the affordable housing issue. So for that, I just wanted to say thank you and appreciate the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Dortch.
Caller with the phone number ending in 679. If you unmute your phone, you can speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to take the time and this opportunity to welcome the new council members and thank you for your hard work and commitment to our city. I'm a homeowner in the 4th Ward and I'm here today to represent a group of approximately 50 local Ann Arbor short-term rental property owners. I would like to personally thank Mayor Taylor for sponsoring an amendment to the resolution that passed this September banning short-term rentals in residential zones and personally request your support in this resolution. I myself am a 3rd-generation Ann Arbor resident, wife to an Ann Arbor law enforcement officer, and parent to 4, soon-to-be 5, Ann Arbor public school students. I, however, am not unique amongst the group that I represent. We are all local to this community. Individuals who live here, raising families, have made significant sacrifice and investment into homes that were in many cases dilapidated and unlivable. We purchased our homes at a time when there was no existing restriction on short-term rentals and invested our time, money, and energy to improve their neighborhood presence. We are devoted neighbors and we care about our community. When the COVID pandemic ripped through our state in late March, our group was called upon by local hospitals to help support housing needs for COVID-related staff and families, and we answered that call. We stepped up providing housing to frontline workers who could not go home to families, international students who needed safe campus housing, families who were seeking life-saving medical care and could not use places like Ronald McDonald House that were closed at the time. All of this at low or no cost to our guests. Like many other business owners, We've taken significant losses during this time, but we love what we do and we believe we add unique value to the character of our community. We are here asking for fairness. We are asking to be able to continue our operations as we always have in a lawful and respectful manner that uplifts the local neighborhoods. We believe Ann Arbor is a welcoming and inclusive community, and we have been working hard to demonstrate and uphold this standard, even in the darkest of times. I'm here to ask each of you to support this resolution to amend the existing ordinance set to take effect in March to continue to allow community members like myself to own and operate our short-term rentals in a fair and equitable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lois Adefsa.
Caller with the phone number ending in 280. Caller 280, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead and speak.
Good evening. Thank you so much for allowing me this time to talk to the council. I'm deeply grateful for the time, and I want to start by welcoming the new council who are serving our city, and I want to thank the mayor for their deep commitment to the city. I am even more grateful as someone who's lived in Ann Arbor for the last 15 years, who came to this town because of the inclusiveness that the town offered from many of the other options of place that I could start a career. And I've enjoyed my time in the city since then. It's an inclusive neighborhood. And like others that have spoke before me, I am not big business. This house that we have, my husband and I offer it to others as part of our Christian belief that we help our neighbors. And that's what we have been doing for the last year. So I want to thank the mayor for bringing this ordinance amendment B1, and I'm hoping that the council members will support it. What do I mean by helping my neighbor? For the last 6 months, the bulk of the people that rent my space are people in need. They are Ann Arbor residents who are in need. Miriam said, our thanks goes to you for lending us your house. I don't think I told you that we were here because my 3-year-old granddaughter was having heart surgery. It has been a blessing for us to be able to stay close to my son who lives on Coke Avenue. My house supports multiple Ann Arborites every month. We've offered blessings to their life. They're cancer patients. They're visiting their mom who has a terminal diagnosis. And I want to thank council for the opportunity to continue to serve these people. I thank you on behalf of my housekeeper, whose husband lost his job as a university chef because of the dorm being closed, and her all of a sudden with 2 kids being the main supporter of her family. I want to thank you on her behalf to keep her working. She lives in Ann Arbor. These are many people that this housing
30
offers
seconds.
help to. They're not houses that sit empty. We help multiple people instead of one person. There's room for this kind of support, and it's needed. So I thank you deeply for Mayor Taylor for bringing this, and I thank you all council member for supporting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Molly Kleinman.
Molly Kleinman, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, my name is Molly Kleinman. I live in Ward 4, and I'm a near neighbor of the proposed rezoning at 2111 Packard, which is item C4 on the agenda tonight. I'm calling to express my support for the rezoning from parking to fringe commercial and for this project in general. This stretch of Packard is full of mostly empty parking lots, and these lots were mostly empty even before the pandemic. I would much rather have more neighbors in this space and give more people a chance to live in my convenient, walkable, and welcoming neighborhood. There's also a lot that I support about this project in particular. The developers have been very engaged with the neighboring community. They had a lot of in-person events in the before times, and they have been holding virtual events during the pandemic, and they've been really receptive to feedback and suggestions from current residents in the neighborhood. The design of this new development is really thoughtful about the way that it fits into the surrounding neighborhood. They've moved the parking to the back, and they would put entrances to the parking on the side streets, which would reduce conflict points between cars and the people walking and biking along Packard. Setting it up that way would improve safety for everyone who passes through this corridor. I'm also really excited about the prospect of ground floor retail that's more relevant and useful for people who actually live in this neighborhood. So I encourage City Council to approve this rezoning, and I hope to see more projects like this for some of Packard's other empty parking lots in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Ayo Pifro.
Mayor, I don't see caller 6 on the line.
Ayo Pifro, if you are on the line, please enter *9 now. Ms. Boja, do you recognize the other two callers with their
Yes,
hands
I
up?
have the remaining callers are in the queue to speak.
All right. Let's go on with 7, 8, and 9, and 10, and then we'll cycle back, if you'll help me recollect, to call it to speaker number 6.
Mhm.
Our next speaker is Jean Leverich.
Caller with the phone number ending in 274, you can unmute yourself. Caller with the phone number 274, I believe if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi there. Hi, my name is Jean Leverich, and I'm a resident of the 5th Ward, and I'm calling in support of the Lockwood Senior Housing Program at 2195 East Ellsworth. And I'm calling because Ann Arbor has an affordable housing crisis, and the first iteration of this project did not work out, and I think it's really important that we say yes to this project at this new location. I'm very excited that there will be 154 independent senior apartments, and that I understand that 65 of those units will be dedicated as affordable housing for the next 99 years. In order to meet the needs of Ann Arbor, we need thousands of additional units of housing, and Lockwood is an important step in that direction. Thank you so much for taking my call. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Basquette.
Caller with the phone number ending in 221, you can speak now if you unmute your phone. Caller 221. I believe if you press *6, you can unmute your phone. Caller with the phone number ending in 221, Ms. Basquette. If you unmute your phone. If you press *6, you can unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go
Hi,
ahead, we
you
can
are-
hear you.
Thank you. Sorry about that glitch here. I don't know what happened. Good evening, everybody. As you know, my name is Susan Basquette, and I come before you tonight as a resident of the Ann Arbor Oaks subdivision, a member of the Southeast Coalition of Ann Arbor. And like ourselves, our housing units are diverse. We are the last affordable place for home ownership in Ann Arbor. I am one of the coalition neighbors who is opposing the Lockwood 2 project. Lockwood 2 is a large for-profit intrusive structure that preys on the city's need for affordable housing. With the bribe of a few units called affordable, this company hopes to generously profit by building and operating on an attractive site within the city limits so that it may rent the rest of its units at a much higher cost and benefit from a tax abatement granted when a zoning change is made to a PUD. There are 3 reasons for my opposition. Number 1, it violates the master plan. Allowing a change in the zoning from an RC1, which some of us fought many years ago for, to a planned unit development will take away the possibility of what is in the current master plan, a greater benefit to our community, a communal space like a resilience hub. The staff report recognizes the original recommendation of the master plan, but dismisses it by stating that circumstances have changed over time. Yes, the Bryant Community Center has grown, but its expansion is not large enough to adequately serve its current needs. Circumstances in this pandemic have severely changed to warrant a larger place to address a greater need for self-sufficiency, disaster preparedness, and collective support. Allowing the zoning change sets a precedent for additional violations to the master plan and erodes public confidence. 2, benefits to the immediate community are not clear and convincing. We value affordable housing for everyone in the city, but where are the benefits to us who are most immediately impacted, which justifies a zoning change from an RC1 to a PUD? Where's the benefit to the public? Public sidewalks to the bus stop are a benefit to the residents of the Lockwood property, not to us. We have sidewalks. The proposed drainage improvements are to mitigate the damage being caused by the development, are not to assist with the current flooding issues we have. While cited in the report multiple times, the Ann Arbor Public Schools gain nothing from the proposed development. To be very clear, there have been no discussions at the board table or with staff about any possible partnerships or collaboration between the schools and this for-profit development. The tax abatement that will be allowed under the zoning change will actually cost us as taxpayers, again, with no benefits to us. This is a commercial for-profit entity that does not belong in a neighborhood. It does not address the long-term need of affordable housing for low-income earning workforce or its retirees. The few units presented are not forever, and with rents of up to $1,100, they are not within the reach of most of our working neighbors, least of
30
all
seconds.
our senior citizens with an average Social Security check of $1,400 per month. A few units offered by profitable developers at a greater cost to us community residents are not a viable long-term solution. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Oxner.
Caller with the phone number ending in 347. Caller 347, you can unmute your phone and go ahead and speak.
Hello. I'm Adam Oxner, a Ward 4 resident, and I'm here to talk about CA9, which proposes the purchase of police surveillance equipment, specifically 2 cameras to be mounted in 28 vehicles in the Ann Arbor Police's fleet. My comment is not so much about the content of this particular resolution as the process around it. Facial recognition technology has been proven over and over again to be biased and used mostly to surveil lower-income communities and communities of color. In short, it is a powerful technology that, in the wrong hands, can and has proven to harm the lesser privileged in our communities. While this specific purchase order does not grant Axon, formerly known as TASER, the right to analyze the data in ways that identify an individual's personally identifiable information, it does offload all recordings to their servers for them to aggregate and use how they like otherwise, a somewhat concerning practice for the privacy of our citizens. It is exactly this type of technology used by police that we need strong citizen oversight of. I urge Council to give the Police Oversight Commission the power to review and recommend for or reject any technology purchased by the police department. Such powers of independent oversight committees are being leveraged across the United States today in places like Oakland and Portland to keep dangerous technology like facial recognition out of the hands of organizations with the power to abuse it. This tech is only becoming more available and more dangerous, and we can join other cities like Boston, Berkeley, Portland, and more to be a leader on this issue. Listeners can find example legislation and more information about the police oversight and facial recognition at aclu.org or EFF.org, 2 organizations that are doing fantastic work on the subject. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Godman.
Caller with the phone number ending in 442, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Godman?
Good evening. My name is Adam Goodman. I'm a resident of the 5th Ward, and since the council rules are on the agenda tonight, I wanted to speak a bit about the public comment process itself. Over the years I've been watching council meetings, more often than not, these meetings have included some public comments that take the form of hateful anti-Semitic screeds with zero relevance to the business of City Council. I've heard many vicious personal attacks made against the mayor and some council members. However, I have never seen these comments draw any response other than basically the usual "thank you, next." Now, as much as I've disliked what I've heard, I've come to understand that under state law and the US Constitution, that approach is correct. So I find it quite disturbing that over the past few months, when we've actually been hearing substantive, pointed, and relevant concerns about the conduct of council members, several suggestions have been made that we should find ways to add more barriers to entry to public participation in response not to these hateful comments, but to these substantive ones. Better yet, these suggestions come from people who in other contexts have endorsed the primacy of public input several times. Well, it seems like actually they only ever wanted to hear the public input that they agree with. So for now, I don't think we should change the public comment process. Just after we do eventually return to mostly in-person meetings, I hope we can consider continuing to allow some sort of remote participation. For some of this, it sure makes things easier. Now, I also wanted to specifically address one of the issues that's prompted this conversation. The fact that Councilmember Hayner added a second story to his house without going through the legally required permitting process. Councilmember Hayner and others are trying to spin a narrative of victimhood, which is just ridiculous. Even if we take his explanation at face value, this situation is the product of many deliberate choices. He chose to add a second story onto his house. It's not like this just happens. He chose not to pull permits for this work.
Call of order. He did not choose.
With the city
Call of
before
order.
for council. It seems to me the candidates often do that sort of thing. It's sometimes called getting your house in order. And finally, he chose to speak at length at the council table about the small size of his house. Like, this is not that big of a town. People were going to notice the apparent discrepancy.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. This
Let's
is not
be
what
clear.
is being addressed.
Just because a subset of residents may sometimes flout city codes, that does not make it okay for a council member to do so. We
30
expect our
seconds.
elected leaders to follow the same rules that they impose on everyone else. If they're actually too onerous, okay, guess who has the power to fix that? But really, I'm not sure we should take Councilmember Hayner's story at face value, because there's an alternate narrative I've heard saying maybe he's defrauded the city out of tens of thousands in property taxes.
Please,
and I'm not aware
Mr.
of
Mayor,
anything that definitively
Council Rule
refutes that.
7.
Given the unknowns, I won't join those
Council
calling
Rule
for its
7.
resolution
We're really
tonight.
listening to this,
But
and
I
there's
would
other
like to
people
see
who
some-
Council
wanted
members,
to
council
call
members,
in and
council
actually
members,
talk
we
about
have-
matters.
council
This is-
members,
Come on,
council-
let's go. Let's
We
run-
have
let's
rules
run
to
the
be
city.
Mr.
followed.
Goodman, please hold. Council members, there's a member of the public speaking.
We had
Member of the
many
public-
members of the public who could not sign up today.
Council member,
because
the members, the speaker addressed the issue at hand. I'm not in the
And
business.
then he
of-
deviated.
I'm not in the business of,
we had over 20 people try to
council
sign
member,
up
I am not,
today.
I am not in the business of censoring what people are saying. Mr. Goodman, Mr.
So
Goodman has the
you're
floor.
not going to follow council rules.
And you wonder why it's so dysfunctional.
Well, Mr. Goodman, please continue.
I think I've said what I came to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Is Io Pippo still on the line? Io Pippo.
Mayor, I don't see speaker number 6. I do have our second alternate is on the line.
If Io Pippo is on the line calling from a different number, please enter *9 now. Io Pippo not being online, we'll move to our next alternate. Our next speaker is Mark Wenzel. Mark Wenzel, Mr. Wenzel, if you wish to speak, please enter *9 now.
Mayor, I don't see that Mr. Wenzel is on the line.
Mr. Wenzel, if you are calling from an alternate number, please enter *9 now. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasfani.
Caller with the
Hello.
phone number. Oh, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Thank you. Ann Arbor officials aim to address City Council's bad reputation in community, says MLive. We just saw an example of why you guys have bad reputation. Why does Ann Arbor City Council has bad reputation, you ask? I tell you. City Council has bad reputation because for years it has abandoned the interests of the public in favor of the billionaire class and the money-hungry private developers. City Council has bad reputation because for 50 years, Gelman and its cronies have gotten away with murder while our water becomes more polluted with carcinogens. They have bad reputation because for decades, they have paid lip service to affordable housing and done nothing to remedy our intensifying affordable housing shortage. Yes, indeed, Mayor Taylor has been the darling of the housing developers who crank out luxury apartments for the highest bidder. All this at a time when Ann Arborites struggle to pay their rent, many homeless people get kicked out of Delanis when the weather is so cold and frigid, they have absolutely no protection. Mayor Taylor, people who do not own homes and must rent, as well as the homeless, are members of our community too. You heartless beast, you have forsaken all of us while stroking the egos of the billionaire class and their cronies. Your efforts, Mayor Taylor, have served the billionaire of this town, leaving the rest of us in the frigid cold. Your leadership has pushed the most at risk among us out of the city because they cannot afford the rent. What a shame of humanity you are, Taylor. This city council has bad reputation because it has become because our city has become more and more segregated. People of color have had to move out of the city because the rent is too high and other adversities they face. The city council has bad reputation because Taylor does not consider Arabs who live here as members of this community. Taylor does everything he can to muffle our voices and we have been asking for boycott of the racist apartheid state of Israel, and we have been muffled for years. Mayor Taylor and the billionaires who hold his leash have done all they can to silence our simple humanitarian demand to stop military aid to the ferocious racist state of Israel. Now, with this agenda item DC2, they want to totally silence us. Well, make no mistake, justice will win. The voters will deliver inhumane beasts like yourselves to the trash can of history. And those who fought for a better world for the 99% will triumph. And Ann Arbor City Council has better join those who fight for the 99% instead of keep helping the developers and kicking out those who can't afford to this purely white town. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Just a quick apology to the public and to, in fact, the ones who called up the city clerk this morning to try to sign up to speak to issues that are on our agenda. We received a letter from Glenn Nelson, an advocate here in our community for a very long time, who called in today at 8:02 a.m. and could not get on the list to speak. And there are many others who signed up this morning to speak and could not because they got jammed up because of DC1. And I'm sure they were tipped off to call. Anyhow, what an awful way to start a meeting. And, you know, we spent a lot of time and money last week in a work session to try to find ways to work and improve our relationships with one another and in the community. And, you know, that 10th caller there really disrupts the business of running a city and policy setting. I'm sorry, it's just not helpful. And I'm going to try to get my head back together here, and so I can start making some good decisions for our city.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'd just like to comment that we had a pretty quiet council caucus last night because there were only 3 of us there, and I want to extend an extra invitation in addition to what Councilmember Griswold sends out every weekend, inviting all council members to join us on Sunday nights. It really is helpful to get through the agenda and talk it out and get more perspectives ahead of these meetings, so hopefully they won't be quite as long. I just wanted to say that we had some excitement in Ward 4 this week because signage went up at Graydon Park in Lower Burns Park. I took a picture of it and it was in my newsletter. I know that the Lower Burns Park is really happy to have that honor for our former council member. And the only other thing that I wanted to say was I think a lot of us are staying home this break, and I got a big stack of jigsaw puzzles at my house, and on my website I put a kind of goofy puzzle of Ward 4. It looks like this, and it has 57 locations in Ward 4. So if you really want to challenge yourself, if you know where things are in Ward 4, on my website a2lnl.com, it's just a bit of a challenge for those of us who are big cheerleaders for Ward 4. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. I'd just like to refer the body to, well, actually, it's for you, Mr. Mayor, that Council Rule number 7 in disorderly conduct at meetings, it says the chair may call to order any person who engages in personal attacks unrelated to council business. And because you don't see fit to do that, that's why I ask for a point of order, because it is a rule, and I'm asking you to enforce that rule. Now, you're welcome to sit there and have other callers engage in personal attacks unrelated to council business. We just did too, but seeing that you weren't interested in intervening on my behalf or the calls for order from Councilwoman Griswold and Ramwali and myself, I didn't do the same to interrupt the alternate speaker there on your behalf, because it's clear that you aren't interested in enforcing that rule. But I think some deference might be given to create more civility on this body if you would, take a look at what people are asking you to do. I think that when people call up and they slander, they speak to things that aren't to council business, they fabricate things, which is what that caller did, complete fabrications. It's my responsibility to call a point of order and follow the council rules. And I believe it's your responsibility to do so too, especially in this case, especially if we're trying to have build trust in the community moving forward. So I'm going to ask once again that you consider reading the council rules that we're going to be asked to adopt tonight, and that you begin to enforce them.
Councilmember Dish.
Hi, I'm not in my usual space, so I'm a little not normal. So I just wanted to say that I have attended, I think this is the right time to say that I attended meetings of the Planning Commission and a couple of meetings of the Environmental Commission, and I wanted to just give you a heads up of a couple things that are coming from both of those places. And so planning will be forwarding to us a plan from St. Francis of Assisi Church to make a 2-story addition to its parish. We'll be seeing a redevelopment of a parking lot at 416 West Huron, which will put some stormwater control and landscaping, which is always a good thing. Planning Commission will be bringing forward recommendations on site plan review that council asked for, site plan review standards, and also their report on a review of C1A and C1AR. Those will be coming forward. They're not here yet. I wanted to just say that the Environmental Commission has been super active this year. They will be submitting their annual report of the state of the environment in Ann Arbor soon. They would also like us, and this was in a memo that they submitted a couple of weeks ago actually to us, which I forgot to mention, that they would like us to consider further enhancing the floodway ordinance to prevent buildings in the flood fringe. And they don't want this to in any way stop the floodway ordinance from going forward now, but they would like us to seriously consider that we are getting wetter and floodier fast. And so even that floodway ordinance, which is excellent, I know floodier isn't really a word, the ordinance itself is an excellent ordinance, but it could even go further to prevent building in the floodway fringe. So thanks very much.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Just wanted, in addition, first to Councilmember Dan and I have sort of a running joke that all the development that's happening this year is happening in the third ward. So we've had a great chance to hear from lots of our constituents, and I do appreciate all of the messages that we've been getting in the last couple of weeks in particular. So want to thank people for that. Also want to thank planning staff for taking the time to meet with Councilmember Dean and I to specifically have a really good chat about Lockwood and answer a lot of the concerns even ahead of this first reading this evening. And there's some additional attachments in your packet as a result of those discussions, particularly around the vegetative barrier and having some more details about that. So thank you to staff for doing that. That was tremendous. I also, just as a member of the City Schools Committee, and before this new council, I was the only council representative, and I'm sure Councilmember Song is super happy given everything that's going on with the schools that she got to join me in that effort, but I'm really appreciative of it. I just want to recognize all the communications that we've been getting about the schools. And it's given us a chance to really think about what our role is in the city, in not dictating policy that happens in the schools, but being supportive of both community members and the public schools in their efforts to keep our students safe, to help our most vulnerable, to get all of those goals that I think are really excellent goals that we've been hearing about in the community, and when it's safe to do so. For us as a city to stand at the ready and be supportive of however we can in getting kids back to school safely and return to school safely, especially those with special learning needs and our youngest members in the community. So I do want to thank all of those in the community who've reached out to us. I've had some really terrific conversations with members of the school board, and looks like we'll be having potentially another meeting even this week. And just know that our next meeting, we hear that we may be able to be helpful in terms of how we can communicate and share some of our practices around communication with the schools. So our next meeting will really be focusing on what we're hearing about in the community and how we can get responses and be good partners with the schools in that way. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thanks. Brief update from the Transportation Commission. We have information on healthy streets in our packet tonight. Transportation Commission at the passed a resolution in support of moving forward with more permanent installations of healthy streets at the recent Transportation Commission meeting. So I don't think that that's been forwarded on to council yet, but we should be seeing that coming forward soon as well. And then I also wanted to just transition very briefly. Maybe it's more relevant to bring up at the end of the meeting, but I'd like to apologize to Fifth Ward resident Adam Goodman, who was interrupted during public comment by 3 of our council members. I understand that there are differences of opinions around what rule number 7 means in terms of personal attacks. And I understand from Councilmember Hayner's perspective how that would be very uncomfortable to be sitting there and listening to something that feels like a personal attack. But I do think it was, I could not even listen to the commenter. I think it is inappropriate for us to be censoring members of the public like this. I think we've consistently heard, I've heard this before council. I was on council when I was listening in, and I continued to hear members of the public call in and make very pointed remarks about members of council on policy issues. And that may be uncomfortable at times, but I have never heard the mayor ask them to stop. And I think that is appropriate unless we move into the obscene or grossly indecent language. So obviously we need to discuss what rule number 7 means a little bit more in depth so we have some common understanding about that. But I wish that issue could have been raised later in the meeting.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'd like to give some background information why some of us are quite concerned with what's allowed to be stated at meetings. And I have no problem with a policy discussion. I have problems with personal attacks, which are false information that's being crafted by a group of people, and that's by being repeated over and over again. If you hear a lie 50 times, you start to believe it. And that's what we're testing here in Ann Arbor. In July, following an amendment to the 820 plan, I not only received a dozen death threats, I received hundreds of attempts to hack my computer system at home. I am now paying $300 extra per year for a firewall because there are people in my household who are doing work for Google Brain and the University of Michigan, and we must have a secure network. Now, this is not just casual comments that are allowed to slide. This is an organized effort to attack. And I believe that it is more than just violence when you're getting death threats on the phone. And we as a body need to address that. On another issue that's even more important to me is safety of our pedestrians. We have streetlights that are out throughout our community. It has become the norm. On November 21st, a ticket was put in for streetlights out on State Street near the US 23 bridges. I'm sorry, I-94 bridges. Anyone who's driven that area by Briarwood knows how dangerous it is for cyclists and pedestrians. That ticket and multiple tickets that were added to it for the same area, it's still open. It is still dark there. That is just inexcusable. I will be bringing forward a resolution. I'm going to work with the city administrator to determine a way to be more proactive to ensure that we have lighting. We can have lighting that does not have light pollution, that's consistent with the dark skies resolution that's forthcoming. And we need to step up and actually make our community safe for pedestrians. I, for one, am tired of planning for safety, but not actually achieving it, as is reflected in our crash data. So I look forward to this. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I just want to share a little bit from our Policy Action Committee meeting last week, where Councilmember Iyer gladly accepted my nomination for her to be chair. So between myself, Councilmember Iyer, and Councilmember Griswold, we had a really good conversation on upcoming policy priorities and how that's crafted. So we'll be revisiting all the commissions and asking for input on how you would like to see our priorities change or stay the same in the coming year. I put in a request, it was a quick one, and I thank council for being patient on this last minute addition in endorsing the HB 241, the Watershed of Protection Act that came through the House, Senate, and the House and Senate. But in the new year, we'll have much more warning, and I think a longer list. I'm hoping that we can have discussions on clean slate action, among others. So even though Jen is in charge, I think all three of us are open to ideas and suggestions. So please reach out to us. Thanks.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I'll try to be a little bit more level-headed here with this second comment I'll make. In response to what my counterpart in the 5th Ward, Councilmember Briggs. In response to your comments, I will just ask that please allow for the council person who is responsible for the words or actions to apologize for those words or actions. I don't know if I'm going to be around to apologize for the words and actions of all other colleagues here. I just don't know if that just kind of seems a little odd to me. I think you should perhaps allow that individual to make that apology for themselves. I think that, and we could probably talk about that offline. I don't want to waste this body's time more than I have already. But I will say that I spent quite a bit of time and effort and sacrifice in serving my community, and I gladly do so. And I just ask that members of the public respect us so that our efforts and time and dedication isn't wasted, and it's appreciated. And when they call in, they can just make those efforts even more meaningful. And I don't think that was the case earlier. So I'll leave it there for now.
Further communications from council. For me, I'd like to recommend the following nominations for your consideration at our next meeting. To the Downtown Development Authority, Jonathan Massey. To the Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees, Jordan Schreier. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the consent agenda. If I may, ask someone to remove, I gotta write this down, CA1 from the consent agenda. Councilmember Grand, thank you. CA1's removed. Further discussion of the consent agenda, Councilmember Rumlawi.
Can I have CA2 pulled as well as CA13, please? Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Hayner. I'm sorry, Councilmember Raleigh, you still have the floor?
No, I'm fine with the rest.
Councilmember Hayner.
I would like to pull for further discussion CA11 and CA14.
Councilmember Song.
I was going to request the A11, so thank you, Councilman Hayner.
Further discussion of the consent agenda with the exception of 1, 2, 13, 11, and 14. Any
Mayor?
further discussion?
Mayor?
Sorry, yes.
If I can just point out that CA7 was deleted.
Thank you for that. Further discussion of the consent agenda with the exception of 1, 2, 7, 11, 13, 14. Please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all vote in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA4, CA5, CA10, that is all. CA1, resolution recognizing the Book Industry Charitable Foundation as a civic nonprofit organization operating in Ann Arbor for the purpose of obtaining a charitable gaming license. Moved by Council Member Grand, seconded by Council Member Medina. Discussion of CA1. As sometimes happens, clients of mine, clients for whom I directly provide legal services, come before the body. And at those times, it is proper for me to ask council for the ability to stand down in a manner consistent with the charter. I do provide direct legal services for the Book Industry Charitable Foundation, and so request council's acquiescence in having me stand down for the purpose of this conversation. If someone would, I guess, make that motion. Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion of that? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I am excused. Councilmember Grand, you have the con with respect to CA1. I will go off video.
Thank you. I think this will be fairly brief. Is there any discussion of CA1? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes. And Mr. Mayor, you may return. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. CA2, resolution to approve a construction contract with Lanzo Companies, Inc. for the South Side Interceptor Sewer Lining Project Phase 6, in the amount of $1,924,770. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of CA2, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. If staff is around to answer a quick question that I have on CA2 and CA3, they are big budget items, and just wondering whether in the process, and I'll wait until we have perhaps somebody from Mr. Hupy around, or
Mr. Hupy is being brought in, yes.
Could you please repeat your question when I was...
I haven't started because I saw you weren't on the screen. How you doing, Mr. Hupy? Are you there?
Yes.
So with CA2 and 3, with the relining of the sewer lines, I was just wondering, we've been doing a lot of these, and as we're doing those, have there been any big surprises, or are the conditions of the pipes better, worse, or as expected as we're doing these? What are we uncovering? If there's anything, you can let us know.
I can take that, Craig, if you want.
Sure.
So before we decide what sewers we're going to be lining, our Public Works Department televises those, and that's how we determine whether the pipe is suitable to be lined or if it needs to be replaced or whatnot. So we've already seen the inside of the pipe before we do the lining, so we're not really running into too many surprises when we do these projects.
And the purpose of the lining is to extend the life of the sewer without digging it up.
Correct.
Thanks, and thanks, Nick, for answering that. So I'll just go back one step earlier than when you're videoing, when you're doing things ahead of lining. Are you seeing that the pipes are worse than you expect? And when you go in to investigate your first time around, is there surprises, things better or worse, or just as bad as you thought they were?
Hey, Craig, do you want to take that one?
I will.
Okay.
And the answer is yes, yes, and yes. We see them in better shape. We see them in the shape we expect, and we find spots that we didn't expect. And that's the whole purpose of the televised inspection, is to assess their condition and then rank the work that needs to be done to extend their life or preserve them.
And how many years earlier do we televise them? Then is it 2, 3, 4 years out? Or are we doing it 1 year ahead of time?
It depends. If we are doing television work and we find something in very poor shape, we try to deal with it immediately. If we televise it and it's in good shape, we may not visit it again for another 5 years or so.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here and answering that.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the simple point that we have a process for putting questions in ahead of time, questions relating to the minute details of how things like this work. And I would hope that council members avail themselves of it, so we're not spending hours asking really mundane questions of staff during a council meeting. Thank you.
For the discussion of CA2. Councilmember Ramlawi.
I don't find those questions to be mundane, and at times thoughts come to me after, and I still would like answers to them. And I believe we still have the process and the right to ask those type of questions. And for the most part, that's why staff is here, answer those questions for us. So apologize, but I will still continue to have questions even after submitting questions, as I did this agenda. I submitted my questions. I still sometimes have more.
Further discussion of CA2? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? CA2 is approved. CA13. Resolution to approve amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Rosati, Schultz, Jopic, and Atzman Buchler, PC, for legal services relative amount of $180,000 to Han litigation. Moved by Councilmember Omali, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of CA13. Councilmember Omali.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is kind of a touchy subject because of the class action lawsuit being brought forth and the sensitivity around discussions. And so I'd be limited to asking what I really would like to ask. And I guess my question is, or questions, with this instance, we began this relationship with this law firm. We've had many relationships with this law firm prior to this one, but this particular case started with a simple $25,000 contract, and then it comes back to council for significantly higher totals for approval. And we are at that very important part of the process where that first amendment for that big contract begins. And I just had seen this once before with the Gelman litigation and negotiations, and now with this. And I'm just curious on when this body will meet as in closed session to discuss the sensitive nature surrounding this case, so we can have more comfort in the approval of the funds and the work and the strategy associated in defending this case.
Well, Councilmember, we can have a meeting on pending litigation at any time, and so that's certainly appropriate. We've had a closed session on this case at the beginning of the case, and we can have it at any time during the case, and so that's certainly appropriate. And if you would like one, I could schedule a special session particular on that. On the other hand, the issue of the fees in the case, and the case is going forward, it's ongoing litigation, that certainly has been known, and the amount of the type of fees that would a case like this would cost. So we could go in right now if you wanted to. If there were things that were appropriate, we could go in later tonight. But in any case, the case is ongoing, and so so I'm not sure. You could vote on the contract and then go into closed session tonight, although I would recommend a special session on it so that you could focus on it. I will tell you there's nothing different in one sense than you've already been advised of. But in any case, we're always welcome to talk about it, and we could go in tonight.
It'd be my preference, and I know that's not going to be the preference of some on this body, to go into closed session to understand this before I spend $200,000 on it. What direction is it going? What are we doing? Like, and to be, I have other questions that I think are more sensitive that I'd be more comfortable asking in a closed session.
I think I would recommend that anything related to the litigation be discussed in closed session.
Or perhaps I may suggest in separate conversation with the attorney's office among council members who had a particular interest in engaging this point at this time.
There's a question I'd like to ask the attorneys that require another set of people, and so it just would feel more comfortable to approve this after we've had a closed session, discuss it. I think that would be the most appropriate measure to take.
If that's the case, I would recommend that you either go into closed session now or that you move this until after the closed session, or have a closed session earlier. It doesn't have to wait to the very end, but you could put it at a later time. That's certainly something that you could do by amending the agenda to do this, to go into closed session and to amend the agenda, certainly to go into closed session and to move that. It requires, I will check the votes on that, but I believe it's 8 votes. Yes. So you would need to have 8 votes to go into closed session. And certainly anytime anyone wants to go into closed session, we're available to go in.
Well, I make a motion to go into closed session.
We would need to set up, I would ask the clerk to set up a separate.
We can move this, put it later in the agenda. I don't know. I'll leave it to the mayor and all.
Why don't, as a matter of process, perhaps the best, Mr. Postma, is there any reason why this couldn't be postponed until our next meeting?
Other than we're doing litigation on this, and so we're moving forward.
If the answer is no, then the answer is no. That's okay.
Stephen, I can't set up your closed session. I can only host one Zoom meeting at a time.
Okay.
You'll have to have a city attorney set it up.
All right. If we move that over, we can set up a Zoom session for later this evening. We could set that up. Although I'm happy to do that.
Let's talk this through. Let's continue the conversation if there's anything, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do with this as a matter of procedure. Is that all right, Councilmember Romali?
Yeah.
Just to say,
thank you for the time.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks. My only comments on this are, I understand that complex cases like this require, I recognize the need for specialists in a complex case like this. However, I'm balancing that against my general concerns about the case that may or may not be addressed in a closed session, and also the fact that we were told to shave $9 million off our budget last Monday. And so the only reason I was happy to see this pulled is because to ask for a roll call vote, because I'm not going to support it. Thank you.
Further discussion of CA 13? Perhaps we postpone discussion of this to the end of the meeting, and then.
Excuse me, should we just amend the agenda then?
Yeah,
Or,
that's what
okay.
Yes, that's what I'm figuring out what the end of the meeting is. Let's.
Mayor, I think you can table it and then take it off the table later.
That's fine.
Mr. Postman, that seems like that's reasonable to you from your perspective.
Yeah, or just move it either that way, or move it within the agenda.
Let us. I guess I'd rather keep it on the agenda rather than tabling it. And let me suggest that we move it after communications from council. Is that all right? So may I have a motion, please, to open the agenda, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Lowy. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is removed. The agenda is open. May I have a motion, please, to move DC 13 to after council communications prior to closed session under the Open Meetings Act. Moved by Councilmember Griswold.
CA 13. I'm sorry, Mayor. CA.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. CA 13.
If you move it before the closed session, it doesn't help with the purpose that's been identified. I would recommend perhaps moving the closed session to an earlier time.
Let's move it. Let's move it to after the closed session. We move CA 13. Thank you, Councilmember, to after the closed session. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Adina. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is amended so that CA 13 is moved after our closed session. which I guess puts us to CA11. CA11, resolution to adopt the Board of Review guidelines for poverty exemptions from property taxation of principal residents pursuant to MCL 211.7U. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion, please, of CA11. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I wanted to speak to this because we got some correspondence from some constituents. I see Ms. Gelati is also available on the other line, and she weighed in on some of this from her vantage point of the county and OCD. And I think this is one of the opportunities that we have before us as a body to reach out and expand the ability to keep low-income folks here in the city. And we've seen, I saw in the report that, it is not a lot of people. It's 7 people, 9, I think in my first year, 9 people, 11 people, 13 households, and so on. And I think there's various reasons for that, some of which were described quite well by some of our constituents in reaching out to us just prior to this meeting. Is it well advertised? Is it easy to understand how it works? What would happen, and this is not the first time I've asked this question of Mr. Crawford, what would happen if we expanded the various attributes that a household would have to qualify for this? And what would the effect be on our revenue stream? And so I'm glad that this is here. I'm glad that it's something that we do, but I feel that there's room for improvement. Even in what sits before us. And so I just wanted to bring that forward to the body and see if anybody had any interest in either setting this aside for a week until we can get some improvements written into it or modifying it, because, well, it's important. I don't think it does enough. And I think it's one of our few lawful opportunities to cut people a break if it's necessary. I do appreciate seeing the increase in the asset test. But I don't think we've gone far enough with this, so I'll just leave it at that for now.
Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Radina and I are on the HHSAB Commission, and we won't have our first meeting until January. So I think it's probably a good idea to see if we can if we can delay this until the committee meets. And I'm also newly appointed to the county's Community Action Board. So I'll be able to work directly with Ms. Gelati too and get a better understanding of what the bigger plans are for the county in the wake of the pandemic. So I'm hoping, I think instead of a week, we might have to be thinking about another month, but maybe staff can give us some input as to helping us weigh the pros and cons of that.
Perhaps let me suggest that if there are changes to be made, that we consider, if there's no objection to what we have here today, that if it's suitable to accept what we have now and then make changes downstream, that's a process that we could also adopt. Councilmember Hayner, Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess since we have staff here to help explain this to us, if we wanted to raise, let's say, the income limits to 2.2 times the federal poverty rate, what does that do? Again, that's ultimately what many on this issue would like to do. What does that do for staff and implementation and so on and so forth? If time-wise, if Teresa can help explain the impact of any delay on this tonight.
Mayor, I think Mr. Markey, your city assessor, may be the appropriate person for
okay. That. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the question of waiting first until January 15th or beyond the meeting of the HHSAB. That would be no problem with our office to implement the poverty guidelines at that time. Secondly, increasing the threshold to 2.2 times the federal guidelines would increase the poverty level to approximately 28,000, I would gather, from what it currently is. And how that would affect the number of applicants, I'm not sure. This year we had 88 applicants apply. because it was advertised through the July tax bills. A year ago, we had 66 applicants apply. The board review granted approximately 80% of those applicants that did apply. Those that did not qualify were denied mostly because they exceeded the asset test beyond reasonable limits. And the board of review followed the current direction of the council in the poverty guidelines that were established and denied those candidates, those applicants.
Mayor, if I might also
Please.
add, you know, some of the concerns raised about getting the word out were raised last year, and so staff has done a number of items to try to get that word out. They did it last year and have followed through this year. And Ms. Gelati may be able to speak if needed on if anyone has challenges with their taxes, they're able to countywide, they can hit the county resource and are directed to the right place.
That's correct. In particular, the county treasurer's office is keeping tabs on all the poverty exemptions for all the local units of government, and so does post them once they're all adopted and sort of directs people to the local unit around the poverty exemption, as well as barrier busters could be another resource if somebody wanted to pay their taxes and not go the route of the exemption.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes, Mr. Markey, I have a question for you. I think I understood you just to say that 80% of the people who applied were approved, and those who were not approved failed that or exceeded the asset test. Well, I understand from the memo that was included in the packet that you doubled the asset test for this year. You raised it from 25%, 25K to 50K. Would that address many of the people who exceeded the asset test last time?
Thank you, Councilwoman and council members. The majority that were denied, a few of them had owned 2 houses, and they were denied because they had assets that they could liquidate and pay taxes. I would, from review, there was possibly 5 of the 88 that may have been at the $50,000 limit at the very most, but the majority that were denied exceeded the asset test. And currently the asset test was $25,000 for 2020.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, one of the questions that we got today was around, there was notification in July, but taxes, but not in the winter taxes. Is that something that we were planning on consistently doing every time the taxes went out in terms of communications?
Mr. Horning?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to address that. We did discuss with the treasurer of including a flyer with the winter bills.
Okay.
It was briefly brought forward and it was not implemented, but I will not speak for Mr. Pettigrew or his staff. We did actively promote it in July, and I believe that's where the majority of our applicants were brought forward in the July board review and then also in December.
Great, that's helpful to know. It sounds like there may be some interest in just making sure that we're doing that every time to increase awareness about it. And I would agree with Councilmember Hayner. I'd be interested in seeing and understanding more what the implications are for raising at different levels. I think that's something that it may have been delivered to council previously, but in which case you can just send it back out. If not, it'd be communications I'd be interested in seeing in the future. Thank you.
And for the council, we'd be glad to do that with staff. We will gather the documents we have and they work with Teresa Galati and her staff to try and get a good estimate of the impact it would have on the residents of the city of Ann Arbor.
In light of where folks are going and in light of staff's assessment of the tolerance for delay, perhaps a motion to postpone this to the second meeting in January? We got Hayner and Radina on the queue, but then perhaps afterwards, or one of them, Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I'd make that motion, but I don't want to cut off Councilman Radina's comments. Because I saw his hand go up at the same time. So my only comment prior to that motion was that, you know, we have to recognize that, well, we have these asset tests and the income tests and so on that determine this. But this is a way that we help only homeowners in the city of Ann Arbor. And my estimation would be that the vast majority of folks who make less than these income levels are not homeowners but renters, and so that's something for us as a body to look to create other opportunities to help folks who are not homeowners. As much as this is no doubt welcomed by the homeowners who qualify, I think that the vast majority of people who may find themselves in these lower poverty levels I'm just making the assumption, maybe Mr. Gelati can answer this, would more likely be renters, and so that's just not completely germane to this, but just a friendly reminder that we need to reach out to everybody in our community. So, and I'll be happy to come back and move that after Mr. Radina speaks. If he's so
Councilmember?
inclined. That's exactly what I was going to do. Hearing that there wasn't a negative impact, I was going to move to postpone this to the second meeting in January, assuming that I haven't checked my schedule. I think that gets us past the HHSAB meeting as well.
Is there a second? I'm taking that as a motion. Second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion of postponement. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Postpone. Opposed? It's postponed.
And Mayor,
CA
that is the second meeting in January?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. CA 14, resolution to approve amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Riven Oak Law Group PC for legal services relative to sustainability initiatives in the amount of $20,000. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of CA 14. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, thanks. I asked this to come off here because and I don't see if in the answers to the questions about it and the description in the resolution itself, it doesn't really say specifically what this is for. It's sort of a general need for these legal services related to some specific things in OSI. And so I was just, you know, it's out of the budget. It's a 6-vote situation, which I'm not sure why it ended up being 6 votes instead of 8. I assume because it's under $25,000, but it's out of the budget. It falls in that category. And so I just was hoping to ask somebody just what it is that we need specialized services in the OSI that our crack legal team can't handle. If anybody would want to answer that for me, I think it would be fantastic.
Mr. Crawford?
As far as it being out of the budget, it's actually it is within the budget. I'm not sure why it's noted as 6 votes required. It's 6 votes required because it's a contract. And legal could actually comment, or maybe Jackie, on why it's designated as such on the agenda. But the nature of, and Mr. Postman, feel free to hop
Sure.
in.
This is on the River Oak. This is the sustainability issue. I have Mr. Wilhelm here also. Let me just give some background to this. You all have talked about sustainability. You've looked at A20. The issues with energy and with all of these things are often regulatory. They're often specialized, and the A20, it's a cost of A20 that has not been calculated in one sense, and that is there are many aspects of this that will need legal review, and very, very specialized legal review. That is just it. We've often, I think always had regulatory matters that were separate. You're getting into a whole area where the legal issues are substantial, and we will be growing that capability in one sense with the outside counsel just to spot them and so on. But it's very specialized work, and it's not usually in a standard office. I've told you before that when I recommend outside counsel, it's for specific things. You've given Missy Stoltz money in her budget for this, and I think it's been useful, but it's not in isolation. We are working with this person and meet with the person, but I don't know if Mr. Wilhelm can add to that. But this is a very big deal in the direction that you're going, and it's going to be a cost one way or the other.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I was one of a couple people who submitted written questions to the agenda about this, asking what Councilmember Hayner just mentioned, just curious about what specific topics. And so I guess since that answer wasn't very particular, I guess I would just want to clarify that the reason that the question was asked, at least for me, we have items of legal services on our agenda and other places where it is clarified exactly what is being worked on. Is the idea that this is sort of on call, like a retainer, just to call up and ask questions over the course of a longer period of time? Or I guess I'm curious if it is not on a particular project, what do we have any expectation about when this might need to be renewed? Because the answers to the written questions was such a long laundry list. If you divided it up, basically getting like $500 worth of legal services on 15 different topics. Is there any? Can we get some clarity about that? About whether we're going to be asked to spend another $20,000 in 6 months, or do we have any idea?
I think that the anticipation is that this would take this through this year to identify those issues, to brief those issues, and my understanding is that would take us through this year. The amount for next year will be dependent on what issues are moving forward, what issues that we have capability here to handle, and what issues are growing in developing. And so that would be part of the budget process. And so I do not anticipate, although Dr. Stoltz is not here, it was my understanding, and I'll ask Mr. Wilhelm if he knows anything different than this. My understanding was that this would be the only request for this year.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Mayor, if I could just add to that.
Please.
I think I would, I guess, expound on a little bit. I don't know that we can say for certain that's all this year. This is what she anticipates for the year. But the nature, and as I understand, a number of reasons provided in the response reflect the complicated nature of this regulated area. So the way Dr. Stoltz is working is she'll push in a certain area, and she might very quickly, with a phone call in a 15 or minute or half an hour or an hour discussion, find out that one direction is or isn't going to work on a particular initiative, and then that might have been listed here. But on other ones, it might get more exploration and maybe another couple of meetings. And so this is unlike a piece of litigation or I'd say a plan that's well developed yet. This is still in exploratory stages, and that's why so many things are listed, and this expertise is needed to kind of push in different areas to explore solutions.
Yeah. Right, and to the extent it can be peeled off and done in-house with additional capability, there are things that may come back to us. And as you know, I like to handle the things in-house. Don't like to use outside counsel when we don't have to. On the other hand, this is really ramping up and going forward, and you just need to take that into account. You have a very ambitious A20 plan, and the the plan itself, these are costs that are part of it and are going to need to be addressed. They are addressed in this budget, as I understand it, for the current year, and they will be addressed again during the budget session. And so those are things that will need to be looked at.
And Mayor, I'm sorry to add on more. I think Councilmember Nelson has raised previously some clarity, requesting some clarity in the way that we title resolutions. Just to be clear for council, while she has all this covered in a resolution, the initial contract was for $25,000. This increases the contract to $45,000, so it's an incremental increase to get the total contract to $45,000.
That's right.
Should a need come up, we'd come back, again and show you that full increment.
Right.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I think perhaps my question was answered by Mr. Crawford there. I had asked in my written questions whether we had contracted with this firm before, and if so, what for? And the response I got was the same response I got to an earlier question that I had. So I think it might have been an oversight by staff. I never got the answer to the question whether we've contracted with this law firm prior, and if we had, for what purpose. So if I can perhaps get that answer, I assume now that this is an extra $20,000, that this is ongoing work with this firm.
Correct.
It wasn't in my response. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks. So I'm gonna assume that this is gonna. I'd like to make the assumption that this is for a good cause because we had I had a resolution that was worked on with some residents about electrification, as an example, Mr. Postma, and I think the opinion was that this was a very challenging legal ground,
and we addressed that. We did that work in-house.
Right.
And so the point is, we're not abandoning this work. It is an area where, number one, it's growing. I need to get an understanding so that I can advise you about it in the budget process. But it is a burgeoning area, and it's an area that is going to grow, and it's regulated heavily. So you just need to understand that. And so, this is $20,000, but this is going to be addressed again at budget time.
Sure. So that those considerations that your legal team gave that resolution may or may not be enhanced by this kind of service, but I'll take that. I'll hope that it's a may, and that would be appreciated. And then I'll also just kind of make a public statement that when we're talking about a 10-year, $1 billion climate action plan, we're talking about $275,000 a day. $20,000 means nothing to that kind of money. And so that's where we're at with this climate action plan. People need to really recognize that it's a serious financial commitment that we're going on by saying yes to this A20 plan. So, if we get good outcomes, like I would like to with that electrification ordinance, then some of this will have been worth it. Thank you.
Right. And we're taking this approach incrementally to actually have a collaborative approach where there are things that we will still do in-house, and I welcome that, but we're not going to reinvent the wheel on everything. And so, it is a collaborative process, and we will use it to the benefit and the cost effectiveness of the city, period.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the stated 6-vote requirement, and indeed any requirement. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about a specific item on the agenda. That is to say, the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, please dial 877-853-5247. That is 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 890-3597-8943. 890-3597-8943. Once you are connected, please enter star 9 during the public hearing in which you wish to speak. Star 9. Once you've entered star 9, your hand will be raised. During the public hearing, the clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak by calling you out by your last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, please enter star 6 to unmute yourself. You will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 5.16.6 and 5.18.4 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I have callers on the line, but I don't see that anyone has raised their hand for this hearing.
Any caller on the line who wishes to speak at this public hearing, please enter star 9 now. Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, an ordinance to amend section 263 of chapter 29, water rates of title 2 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing? If so, please enter star 9 now.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. You can unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Ralph McKee from the
Yes, we
Fifth Ward.
can.
I sent all of you a long and detailed email yesterday discussing the Hahn lawsuit and its relationship to the proposed increase in water rates. There's way too much material to go through in 3 minutes, so I'll try to cut to the chase. You should not increase our water rates until you have received a detailed analysis of the Hahn class action suit from outside counsel. Here's why. This suit may be the biggest financial threat the city has ever faced. Plaintiff's firm is the leader in this type of case. They've been successful again and again, and the detail in the complaint shows they spent a lot of time prepping it. The biggest claim, almost $40 million, is that the city has been and still is charging too much for water, sewer, stormwater. Those charges have been building up our reserves for years. If plaintiffs are right, charging even more is akin to throwing gas on a fire. Every single dollar of the increase would have to be refunded with interest. It seems pretty clear that we shouldn't be doing that until you've heard a careful analysis of the claims in the suit from outside counsel, not necessarily from our legal department, because the decisions made, this is obviously sensitive, which are the subject of this lawsuit, were allowed by city legal staff with full knowledge of the issue that's looming out there. Because of that, you should be way more hands-on in managing this litigation than you would otherwise be. And you should sit down with outside counsel very, very soon and ask blunt questions about what worst case is, what the odds are in each claim and why, what the strategy is, what the key arguments are, what an appropriate settlement might be, what our settlement approach should be, etc. This isn't a case that you can just say, let the lawyers handle it. That didn't work out that well with Gelman either. I heard last night at caucus that you're being told not to discuss our potential problems in this case, and I understand why that would be. Save the hard questions for closed session with outside counsel, but vote no on this until you get a much better handle on that lawsuit. A couple of months delay is a way better move than potentially throwing gas on the fire. And I hope that saving a few seconds gets you back on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 345, phone number ending in 345. Do you have a comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Kitty Kahn, 515 Crouse Street. I'm calling in to ask you to please vote no on the water bill rate increase. And I also have a question. I have asked this question before and have yet to get an answer. How much are we paying in our water bills for outside attorney fees? I know we are paying some of the fees for attorneys in the Gelman matter in our water bills. And now you will be voting to include fees for attorneys in the Hahn case as well. I find this especially ironic because the Hahn case is about the city being sued for including expenses in our water bills that don't pertain to water, stormwater, or sewer. And now you want to include even more attorney fees in our bills? This just doesn't make any sense. And yet you want to raise our water bills once again. So I'd like to get an answer to my question. How much are we paying for attorney fees in our water bills? We who are paying these bills have the right to know this information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 644, do you have a comment? Caller 644, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kathy Boris and I live in Ward 5. Mayor and City Council members, our Ann Arbor water bills look like most itemized bills. They list the charges for 3 basic items: water, sewer, and stormwater discharge. Ann Arbor water customers understand that water, sewer, and stormwater services are delivered via complicated infrastructure systems that need repair and replacement over time. So we expect these costs to be included in the rates that we pay for each of these 3 services. And they are. But what is surprising, to me at least, is that our water bill payments also partially fund urban forestry needs, road work, and outside counsel fees pertaining to the Gelman-Plume litigation. And if consent agenda item number 13 is passed tonight, then outside counsel fees for the Hahn litigation will also come from our water bills. This situation is leaving Ann Arbor water customers like myself with many unanswered questions. For instance, these 5 questions. 1, why not pay Gelman and Hahn outside counsel fees from the general fund where the fees can be more easily scrutinized by the public, like the woman who spoke just before me? Question 2, is anyone on city staff tasked with monitoring water and sewer billing rates and cash reserves to make sure that they are in compliance with state law? Question number 3, is anyone on city staff tasked with monitoring the uses of our water funds to make sure that they are in compliance with state law? Question number 4, should the Hahn lawsuit, or one like it, have been foreseen and prevented? Question number 5, what are the current cash reserves in our water, sewer, and stormwater funds respectively? Please answer these questions publicly tonight in your discussion before you vote on whether or not to raise our water bills yet again.
30 seconds.
Finally, I urge you to vote no on Ordinance B-2. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment? Caller 205, go ahead.
Hey, my name's Joe Spalding, and I'm calling from, the same time zone as Jerusalem Garden Restaurant. I just wanted to say that lawns are climate arson, and that an increase in water rates is a very good idea as long as it's paying for something important to the city. And I'm pretty sure I'll be calling back later. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't have any other callers on the line with their hands up.
Thank you. If there are any callers who wish to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now.
Caller with the phone number 180, do you have a comment? Phone number ending in 180.
Hi, this is Brandon Dimchuff in Ward 4. I understand that we deferred this rate increase from the summer due to COVID, and while I think that people's pocketbooks appreciated that, we can't keep kicking the can down the road with investing in water infrastructure. So I trust council's judgments to adjust prices as are necessary to keep up with maintenance on our water infrastructure. And there's really one thing that we should not underinvest in, it's water infrastructure. So let's do what's right here and keep our water and sewer system going for the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Please enter *9 now.
Caller with the phone number ending in 684, do you have a comment?
Yes.
Or
Hi, this
684?
is Eric. Yes, hi. This is Eric Sturgis calling from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I am calling to recommend that you vote against the raising the water rates. And I'm not going to really comment much more on it, but I just want to let you know that as an Ann Arbor resident and taxpayer, I want to give my opinion. I will not be calling into the Open California meeting tonight and giving my opinion on what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Please enter *9 now.
Mayor, I don't see any other hands up.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. A1.
Oh, Mayor, I have one more.
Thank you very much.
Caller 637, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I fucking hate niggers. Fuck you.
Mayor, there are no more callers with their hands up. Caller 077, do you have a comment on this public hearing?
I'll try to be a little bit better than that last commenter. This is Eric Zucker in Ward 2. I just wanted to call in and say that I think that it's time that we do raise the water rates. It was nice that we were able to give a little bit of a reprieve during the pandemic previously. As some of you know, I've been following these water rates pretty closely, and I looked at the rates for the last 22 years for Ann Arbor. For the average household that's done 18 CCFs per quarter. And in 1998, we were paying on average $30.60 for the water bill. In 2019, that amount was $43.92. That's a 43.5% increase over 22 years for water. That equates to about 2% annually, which is quite a bit less than the average inflation in Michigan. I realize that it stinks to raise any rates at this point in time, especially in the pandemic. but I trust city staff to say when our amount is out of alignment with what our costs are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to briefly step in and say I didn't quite catch the speaker before the last speaker. I didn't quite catch all that they said. I heard profanity, and I'm not sure what else I heard exactly because it was muffled. It struck me that it could have been a revolting racial epithet, if that was the case. No.
Mayor, that is correct, and the caller hung up.
Thank you very much. If that's the case, I'll just like to say that that is entirely unacceptable. It's disgusting behavior and inappropriate for this forum and indeed any forum, and it is something that we this body will never tolerate. And I'd like to commend the clerk for, I'm assuming the clerk for putting that caller on mute quickly. Does anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing, please enter *9 now.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers on the line with their hands up.
Thank you. A1, regular session meeting minutes of December 7, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend section 5.16.6 and 5.18.4 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code, Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of B1. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. B2, an ordinance to amend section 263 of chapter 29 water rates of title 2 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Gist. Discussion, please, of B2. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And this is obviously a sensitive issue based on earlier conversations we had tonight. I was obviously on council when this was postponed. This last increase that is in this resolution, there's actually two increases in this item. One, that rates go up 7%, I believe, in January 1st, and then another 6.5% in July. These figures are double the rate of inflation, and these figures are based on a rate structure that is underperforming. Projections that were given based on earlier models have failed to produce the revenue that we anticipated. That, coupled with the reduction in the commercial class, has put us in a very bad financial position for this enterprise fund, at least in a position that is less desirable than we had hoped to be in. So in the spirit of compromise and the spirit of good government, I wanted to offer an amendment that is, I think, included in this, and I'm not sure how to tease it out because it's kind of been wrapped up in one, and I'm not sure how to tease it out, but the purpose of my amendment was to decouple the two rate increases and have the second rate increase be voted on when it would normally be voted on, and that is when we adopt our budget in May. And that would give us the opportunity to discuss the sensitive natures of the class action lawsuit and some other matters and then we can have a more informed vote on the second vote increase or the rate increase in July. So I will going to need a little bit of help of explaining how the procedural process of that amendment in this resolution can be voted on.
Guess I'll ask staff or attorney's office to mull that and pop on back in at some point.
Mayor, if Mr. Hupy is here, we had, or let's see, one of his staff. Yeah, we had worked with Councilman Ramawi to have some language around this. I just want to double check with Mr. Hupy if the language we have talked about reflects what Councilman Ramawi just said. I'm trying to pull it up myself.
I believe it does.
I believe the proper process then would be to Mayor for that to be forwarded, and staff can get that and forwarded, or if Councilman Ramali has it, he could.
It's actually included as a part of this agenda item. It's one of the attachments as an amendment.
Oh, you're looking at the. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Tom, it was included as a proposed substitute, so I think you just need to move the substitute ordinance.
I see that attachment now. Thank you.
Councilman Ramlawi, you still have the floor for the.
So then I move to have that substitute ordinance be put in place of the main motion.
Is there a second?
And again, this.
Sorry, Councilman, I just want to need to get a second.
No,
There's a second. Second by Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember Malawi.
So again, this amendment that I had put forth is to allow the rate increase to go forward in January. And then the second rate increase that was due to go into effect in July would be taken up at a later point. And when it normally gets taken up, rate increases for water, sewer, and storm are generally voted on with the budget or shortly after the adoption of the budget. This is a case where we're asking for 2 rate increases with 1 vote, which is a little unusual.
On the amendment, Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Hayner, you're on mute.
I'm trying to find what y'all are describing. I'm not understanding what the alternate amendment is because it was bound up in here, and I just not sure what we're.
Mayor, it's attachment 4 and 5 to the agenda.
4 and 5.
I can send it around if that would be helpful.
If you could, please. I'm going to move on. Councilmember Hayner, do you have a comment, or can I move on to Councilmember Dish?
No, feel free. I mean, I'm going to go with my longstanding not voting to raise our water rates in any case, but I'm most interested in what we are speaking to as a body. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I'm sorry to express confusion, but I'm confused as to what's being conveyed in the memo that we received from Mr. Crawford, which suggested that the July rate increase is to be reduced to 3.5%. Did I misunderstand the memo that?
Crawford?
You did not. I'm going to have one of the experts explain it, but it is reduced from what it would have been had we done the increase in July. So you can imagine that if you'd done the increase in the July of 2020, you would have collected a certain amount of revenue over that year. By deferring that 6 months, you can see how you would have to increase a higher amount of revenue to equal the same amount in the last 6 months. Staff in this resolution or ordinance reduced that so that it was not the full increase. The exact amount of that and description, I'm going to let staff do.
Which staff member, Mr. Crawford?
I'm sorry, Marty Prashant, Ms. Prashant may be able to help us with that if there are additional questions.
Ms. Prashant?
Good evening. Yes, as indicated in the memo, our original direction was to go ahead and move our original request of an increase forward effective January. So if we waited 6 months, we'd effectively have to do double the increase to achieve the revenue we had desired. Instead, we back that request down and are only requesting the 6% for the last 6 months of the year.
Okay, and then just could I ask, the memo also references a 3.5% increase for fiscal year 21, which is, again, it's 3% less than what was projected.
Right, which we backed it down because we were trying to mitigate the increase. So we thought we could get by with a smaller increase in 21.
Yes, I just wanted to get that on the table because there's been considerable concern about the rate increases and you have reduced them.
Yes.
Dina, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my question is probably for staff. I think my biggest question with the proposed amendment would be whether or not, by decoupling them and requiring council to vote on a second increase in the future to continue making infrastructure improvements, my biggest concern is making sure that we have the resources necessary to ensure that our infrastructure is in place to provide a safe water supply. With a second, by decoupling this, is there any concern with the uncertainty of a future increase potentially impacting decisions that would need to be made now regarding infrastructure improvements?
I'll take the answer to that. And the answer is yes. With the rate increase now, we can have more certainty on the revenue as we plan our capital projects. Without that certainty, we would have to, so to speak, slow pedal some of the capital projects to the rate was in place to support them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I got a question. I got a couple questions. First is how often has council voted for a July increase in December of the prior year? How often have we voted for an increase 6, 7 months ahead of the fiscal year?
Mr. Crawford.
I'm just asking whether it is traditionally mostly done in May with the budget. Still gives staff the comfort and predictability of maintaining the infrastructure without jeopardizing the welfare and safety of our citizens and community. I just feel like that last statement made by Mr. Hupy is, I take pause with it because I'm not quite sure that that's the way it's been up until now, where we had a vote in December in order to be able to make those decisions. I thought, again, these rate increases were done primarily in April and May.
Yeah, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, my recollection is they're typically done in May. I believe the perspective that Mr. Hupy was referring to is there was not an increase approved in 19, and so having that history, which set the plan back, is it logistically possible for us to move forward and have it approved in May? It is. The trouble is with the planning of these long lead capital projects and the complexity of implementing them, because a water project is done underneath the road, for example, so we have to tie in a lot of different projects. Having that stability of approval is really helpful in the planning so that we don't have to defer projects. If you would not likely have had this had we had this request in December for this coming July, if we had not had a 19 increase, it would be my impression. And if staff wants to make additional comment on that, they're certainly welcome to.
It is, I thought, and I'm sorry, I thought we did pass an increase in 19 and just defer the 20.
No, we did not get a water rate increase in July of 19.
Okay, and then so again, I just to this again, it would allow the rate increases to go forward for January, and then just having council revisit this rate increase for July as it normally customarily would. And I think, you know, for a community right now that's facing a pandemic with scary outlooks right now, I think we can extend that offer to our citizens as much as we want to have the comfort in our capital improvement projects. We also have public right now that is has its own financial problems and issues with. And I think this is scary for a lot of people to see 2 rate increases at once of double the rate of inflation, all within 6 months during a pandemic.
Councilmember Griswold.
Could staff easily give us the fund balance in these 3 accounts as was asked by one of our members of the public? And when we're collecting funds for capital projects, do the funds match with capital projects within a given time period, like 12 months, 2 years, 3 years? Or are we also collecting funds for larger capital projects that may not be for 5 or more years? So I'm trying to understand the relationship between the funds collected and when we're going to spend the funds.
Ms. Bashan, would you or Craig, I see you're unmuted. One of you guys would like to answer that? Or Len?
Marty can answer fund balance, and she can talk about how we tie to capital needs.
Yes, so our numbers for fund balances in the proprietary funds are available annually and in our city's annual CAFR that's posted online. As of June 30th, our unrestricted fund balance in the water supply fund was 9.8 million, in sewer 32.5 million, and in stormwater 13.6 million. Those are rounded, of course. Yes, and indeed we do collect funding to fund long-term financially large projects using rates, such as like we collected years in advance for large projects like plant renovations, like we did at the wastewater plant. We had a 10-year plan to collect the funds necessary to do that project.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And I knew that the information was available online, but I wanted to have someone describe it this evening. And can you also speak to our practice of collecting funds in advance of a project as opposed to bonding for a project?
Typically for large projects, we actually utilize both methods.
Oh, okay.
So we, like in the instance of the wastewater treatment plant renovation, we actually did use cash as well as bonding. So we use both methods to fund projects of that nature.
Okay, and are we more fortunate than most communities in our ability to collect funds prior to a capital project?
I don't know that I could say that specifically without having information about other communities at hand. I would say that typically we don't have a problem in that area, and we are pretty fortunate with our bond ratings that allow us to bond money. So again, it's kind of difficult to say when I don't have other information available.
And I would support what Marty just said. Our bond ratings reflect the fiscal management of those enterprise funds.
Oh, okay, thank you. And my last point then is, while we are if we were to delay these increases, there would be some risk associated with it. Given our very good to excellent bond rating, the risk is not as great as it might be for a community that had a lower rating.
I also would not go as far to say that without looking at it in detail. Because of the way we finance projects, we wouldn't necessarily be issuing a bond for every capital project that we undertake. Sometimes we do the project in bond afterwards, and sometimes we bond in before the project. So it depends on the situation.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And again, these are questions that constituents have asked, and I preferred that you explain it. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I won't be supporting the substitute resolution in favor of the one that was presented to us tonight for mostly the reasons that staff provided, and also the experience of having sat on the losing side of a postponement last time, because I didn't want to see a 13% increase come before a new council in January. I felt that was unfair to put the burden on the council, and also to spring that kind of significant increase in the middle of a pandemic on our water ratepayers. So, you know, I appreciate staff's responsiveness and their ability to get it down, but also understand their trepidation given that history, and wanting to ensure that we have a steadier stream of funding coming in, and one that is more secure. Also, just having been on the end of these decisions, having to raise rates consistently because of councils in the past who've not wanted to, because it's not fun to raise rates. This is not something that any of us enjoy, particularly during this time. But one of the factors that makes me feel more comfortable with this, other than making necessary investments in critical infrastructure, is that we've been assured by staff that there are resources for those who can't afford to pay their water bills, and that we're continuing to make, both with some encouragement of state level policy, and also putting additional resources into those funds, that we're both on one end asking our water users to shoulder a little more of that burden, knowing that that essential infrastructure is providing water to everyone in our community, and that no one will be denied that resource. So I'm just not looking to discuss this again anytime soon, and hoping that we can provide the resources that we need in the months ahead for this essential fund.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I guess in addition to providing some certainty for staff, I can actually imagine how this approving both water rate increases tonight would actually provide greater certainty for residents as well, in terms of how to budget for the year ahead. But I am curious in terms of, since this is a process change this year, kind of led by the challenges of securing rate increases last year, is this a process change that is likely to be permanent, or would you, if there are future rate increases, might we see those occurring at being voted on at different times of the year in the future? Is this just kind of a one-time occurrence, or are we expecting that this is the new process?
Mr. Crawford, do you want me to take that?
Yes, please.
Ideally, the rate increases would occur just ahead of the budget approval, so that there's rates to support the budget. Generally, historically, they've occurred with the budget or slightly after. But given staff's preference, it would be a meeting or two ahead of the budget.
Councilmember Amlali.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to speak on this matter. I just appreciate that last statement as well, to clarify the matter. I just think it's been confusing to speak it clearly, that We are not delaying any more revenue. We're just delaying the vote for the second rate increase till the time that we traditionally would take that vote. And in that time, we'd learn more about the pending lawsuit or the lawsuit that we're in, and give our community comfort. I mean, I've received a dozen emails today and yesterday regarding rate increases and people feeling priced out of Ann Arbor. They're just, you know, I know it doesn't matter to us because maybe Councilmember Hayner here is the only one who self-identifies as being, you know, stricken with, and I'll let him speak. I apologize. I don't want to talk too much about people's personal finances, but I think we're sort of, for me at least, I know a lot of people that are hurting right now. And I don't think it's fair to do 2 rate increases at once when we normally wouldn't even be doing that.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the amendment because, to put it a little crudely, I feel like staff is handing us a good deal. And I think we should act on it. The figures that we saw at first reading of the increase were, I believe it was a 6.5% increase now. And this is we're voting on an increase that was deferred from July. So 6 months of, first we had no increase in fiscal year 19, then council voted to defer the fiscal year 20 increase. So that was another 6 months without an increase that aren't going to be made up. And what we're looking at now is a 6% increase for the next 6 months, and then a 3.5% increase for fiscal year 21, and that's down from a 6.5. So I think that is, I see that Councilmember Rumlawi is shaking his head, but I think that is what was just explained to us.
Was it?
If I can jump in,
Please.
The rate increase was not given in the last July. If I misspoke saying we didn't get a 19 increase, that is incorrect. We did get an increase in 19. We did not get the July increase. And I'm looking at Marty to make sure I said that correctly. No.
No, we did not get a increase in fiscal year 19. Council decided to delay that increase until the cost of service was reviewed.
Okay.
And council had an opportunity to make changes to the tiers and the structure. Therefore, we did not receive a fiscal year 19 increase.
Okay.
We
so
also,
I was
right.
correct the first time.
Yes.
And so please correct me if I'm wrong, but there was no fiscal year 19 increase. The fiscal year 20 increase was postponed for 6 months and is not being made up. We're approving now an increase of 6% instead of last July, an increase of 6%. And you're asking us to approve a second increase at this time to take effect for fiscal year, the entirety of fiscal year 21, of 3.5%, which is less than what you projected 2 weeks ago when we looked at this. I think that staff is asking for stability, to not to pay legal fees, because the cost of legal fees is negligible when we're talking about a roughly $80 billion for all 3 funds. What is driving our water rates is not fluctuations in use. It's not legal fees. It's aging infrastructure, and staff needs stability to plan for the projects to fix that infrastructure. So I'm going to vote for what staff's asking for and not for the amendment.
Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just really briefly, I think unfortunately, I really appreciate Councilmember Rumlawi's amendment. I certainly appreciate what I believe his intentions are, which is to provide some relief to our residents. But unfortunately don't think that I can support this amendment either at this time. I think, unfortunately, I think something that would be much more damaging is if we were to have an infrastructure failure, and the safety of our water supply is critical, and ultimately I want to provide stability for us to be able to start investing in infrastructure improvements now before it's too late. So I will be voting no as well.
Further discussion? Councilmember Song.
And I reviewed the 2005 water treatment plant alternatives evaluation, and I was just struck by how long this review has been, and how long the asks from staff has gone for to maintain aging infrastructure. So can we have someone speak to if rates aren't passed, how disruptive that is to current infrastructure projects? And are we essentially thinking, I mean, to me, I imagine water main breaks and how disruptive that would be for folks who are trying to get to work, to access clean water during a pandemic. Can you frame that a little bit for me, and how disruptive not investing in this infrastructure would look like?
The impacts are longer term. The example is the replacement for the 1930s plant. While we struggle to maintain it, we can maintain it. One of the reasons we have not pushed forward with the plant right away is, as we looked at PFAS and other emerging contaminants, we had to make sure that we were allowing space and room for technology for the future contaminants, which we don't know of. So we took a pause on that. But it does have an impact on aging mains. It's not, as I say, it's not only the mains, it's the pump stations, the plant itself. And while it's not an impact tomorrow, it's an accumulative impact of over the years of not investing.
Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? Councilmember Ramlawi, I think you've had 2 bites at this.
Yeah, I know. I'm just having a really hard time, and I guess we could take it up later about the rate increases not in 19, because I thought I'm looking at city council legislation here that says that rate increases were passed in 19. So I'm sorry to take up time, but I'm hung up on that. I don't know if staff can pass me along their email me something, but I'm looking at things that tell me that rates were passed. But
Councilmember Griswold, Ramlawi, while staff looks at that, it may be, what may be confusing is, if I remember this correctly, and Marty, you can correct me if I'm wrong, when we adopt the budget, that is a revenue plan that you're increasing. And I believe we may have adopted the budget, but if you don't pass the rates, we don't actually actualize any increase in revenue. And that may be the source of the confusion. But Marty, can you clarify that?
If I recollect too, I believe that the restructuring of the rates was meant to be revenue neutral.
Correct.
So as to allow this is the restructuring of the different tiers, that was a revenue neutral conversation to allow residents to adjust their usage with only one, to see the resulting change to their bills with only one variable altered.
the agenda item is May 6th of 2019 is I'm looking at. My apologies if I'm wrong, but I just.
That's all right.
And I appreciate clarification.
Sorry. So for May 6th, 2019, we would actually be passing rates for our fiscal year 20. because our fiscal year is July 1st to June 30th. So that is actually for fiscal year 20. And the revenue neutral change was in fiscal year 19, which ends June 30th, 2019.
So in 18 that affected 19 was a rate structure. 19 for 20 there was a rate increase, and then 20 we deferred it until now.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all. I just want to get the record straight. I just want to make sure my colleagues understand this as well as they should before they're taking a vote. That's all.
Further discussion? No worries. Further discussion? For my part, I'm going to be voting against the amendment and in favor of the rates. Back in the summer, we postponed this rate increase then on the condition, if you will, or based upon the, in reliance, if you will, on the our willingness to raise rates here. As we hear from staff, further, it's important that we provide a measure of certainty. The maintenance and support of a capital system as complex, as costly, as aged, and as critical as our water infrastructure, the water treatment system or water distribution system. It's important that we have stability. It's important that we have predictability. It's important that we continue to invest incrementally so that the system is here for us, and of incredible importance that the system is here for future Ann Arbor residents. We enjoy infrastructure because it was paid for by our predecessors, and it's important for us to, I think, to do our part for Ann Arbor's future residents, and that includes spending money now in order to make sure that our water infrastructure is ready for contaminants in the future and ready to deliver safe drinking water today. Further, I think it's important to note that it is a difficult time for so many, but also that there are resources available for people who are unable to either pay the rates as a whole, or because, if this marginal increase is, puts somebody over the edge, there are resources, community resources available, barrier busters by way of example, to help these folks. And I'd encourage, us all at the city and other areas of the community to communicate that to folks whenever we hear from people who do have payment difficulties. Roll call vote, please, on the amendment. And I don't know who this starts with, and so my apologies to whomever is on point.
We'll start with Councilmember Griswold tonight.
Councilmember Griswold, my apologies for not asking about it and then letting you know in advance.
Oh, that's okay. Yes.
This is on
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Medina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Well, unfortunately, the failure of the prior amendment puts me in a position now of saying no on the main motion. It's unfortunate that the arguments were muddled, made unclear, and really disappointing to see the lack of clarity and understanding on this issue before taking a vote. The amendment simply would have delayed this main motion, the second raise for the customary time that council approves rates to be raised. And unfortunately, I think this body as a whole is very disconnected with the struggles of people, the working class. They're struggling to make ends meet. It's simply out of touch. And your last vote just cemented it. There was no reason to vote down that prior amendment in a time that we're in a pandemic where people are struggling, where 500,000 people in my industry are unemployed. 500,000 people in the state of Michigan are unemployed. But this council thinks it's a good idea to raise your rates 6 months early. Wow. Don't know what to say.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Last week at our offsite retreat, we talked about not taking votes on policy differences and interpreting that as something personal or trying to assume the intentions of those who perhaps vote differently than you do. Councilmember Malawi, I will assure you that my head is not muddled. It is perfectly clear in making decisions, and it doesn't mean that I don't care about people in this community. That's why I've had conversations throughout the last week to ensure that we have resources for those who can't afford this essential resource, to make sure that no one is going without safe water. We only have to look to examples in our state about how costly it becomes when we don't make these critical investments in our water infrastructure. And we have contaminants now, unknown. We need to make these investments so that not only are we thinking about the financial implications, but also about the public health implications of these decisions. But to insinuate that our staff are muddled, or that we are muddled in our understanding of this because we disagree with you, is completely unacceptable. And I understand where your passion is coming from. I respect it tremendously, and I respect that perspective. But please don't insult me and my colleagues. And that's one thing. You want to insult me, fine, you've done it many times before. But please don't insult our staff just because they happen to disagree with you.
Councilmember Umlai.
I'm not insulting staff. I'm just frankly frustrated that getting the facts put out there in a clear and coherent fashion has been very difficult for me on this particular issue. I had to go back and search myself the vote in 2019 in the middle of this meeting. Okay, I'm sorry, but I don't think that should have been necessary for me. I had to keep coming back and clarifying statements that were made based on information that was given that was turned out to be not necessarily true. And I'm very careful of accusing others of doing wrong things, but it was frustrating for me to be here trying to clear, the discussion. I did not direct my comments towards you, Councilmember Grand, but it's been very hard and frustrating for me, even with my conversations with Mr. Crawford about getting this amendment to a point of clarity. It's just been impossible to get this put out there in a clear and concise way. And I don't think it's that difficult, especially if I can do it. I'm sure all you can as well. And I'm sorry if you feel offended, but my comments were not directed towards you or anybody really. It's just, I don't think it should be that hard to dig up, arguments and facts that are based. And at a retreat, you said, let's make our arguments based in facts and data and science and so on. And I'm trying to, but it's like swimming upstream.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things. I think we've had some misstatements of fact here. One is that the total fund balance in those three funds, water supply, sewer, and stormwater, is 55 million, not billion. The second one is when we had a caller, and I know they only had 3 minutes, and so you only have so much time to speak. But they spoke about the raise in rates from 1998 to 2015 is going from, what is my household, well, I'm actually below this. We're a family of 4, and we use about 17 or less CCF, but 18 was the meter that was put in our council questions here. And it went from around $31 to around $44 to from 1998 to 2015. Well, that's all well and good, but then from 2016 to 2021, we've had an increase every year, at least 6%. And so that stops short of explaining why now when people open their bills, they email me and say, what? And I also believe that only spoke to the water usage based on the CCF and not the line fees and customer service fees and customer charges and all those other things. And so I'm just caution people to temper their approach to what is the real implication of somebody who's, say, on a fixed income. And it's okay for me to, we're going to give another $50,000 to barrier busters. At the same time, we're going to turn around and create $50,000 worth of need in the barrier busters program by cranking our water rates again. And so it just seems not like maybe the best solution. Although I certainly appreciate the fact that exists out there for people who are on the edge. And just to to speak to what Councilwoman Ramwali said earlier, it may be very well the case that I am the least financially well off of everybody here on council, and it's neither here nor there. I mean, well, my family has occasionally in the past fell below the 60 AMI and so on. I would never take that from the city because I know there are people that are worse off than we are. I'm reasonably able to go work still, and that's just, I would never use barrier busters myself. I'm glad that it exists, but I don't think we should be tempted to create situations where we send more people to these county resources, these resources of last so there's sort of a last desperate attempt to keep people from tragic outcomes. I think one hand doesn't know what the other's doing sometimes, and I have concerns about that. So I'm not going to support this rate increase. It's just been how I'm going. I know we speak as a body, so it's likely to go through. No offense to our staff who says they need it, but I can't support it.
Councilmember Griswold.
I think that a lesson learned from this is something that a constituent sent us in an email who said that she supported the water rate increase, but we really don't market and educate the public to the extent that we need to. And so if moving forward, if we can look at sort of an executive summary, just a very simple tool so that everyone understands it, because we spent considerable time tonight trying to get on the same page. And so if that could be done, people expect to be not only educated, but we get, there's such a huge marketing effort out there right now that we've come to expect some of that. And the other concern that I have that I would like staff to continue to look at is the fourth tier. And so I believe that's discriminating against large families. We use the household unit, but we do not use number of people. And I understand the difficulty of doing that. But I also think that it's something that we need to understand moving forward, and we can't simply demonize people that are in the fourth tier where they're spending 14 times as much per unit. And so I really want to understand that better and understand who is in that category, especially large households. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. I just wanted, for my part, to say I appreciate staff's quick and clear responses to the questions that were asked tonight. I think that there was a fair amount of clarity around the questions and the discussion throughout the evening. And I also care deeply about members of our community who are struggling. I think that is why we unanimously, as a body, approved rates to increase funding to barrier busters. And so that is one action that we can take, and we took unanimously tonight to make sure that we are looking out for the most vulnerable in our community. But the reality is that from my perspective, one of our basic responsibilities is to care for our infrastructure and to maintain it. And as uncomfortable as it is to raise rates, especially during a pandemic, that is our responsibility. It was the responsibility of those that came before us, and it will be the responsibility of those who come after us to make sure that we have the funds in place to support our infrastructure. And so that doesn't mean that we don't care for our community. In fact, it means that we care deeply for our community. And so I wish there was an opportunity to not raise rates. But I don't believe that that is fiscally responsible. And I also don't believe that, I apologize that I couldn't support my colleague's amendment to postpone that vote. But for myself, the debate was really around, am I looking for a political win this evening, or am I looking for a substantive difference? Would I substantively change my vote in a couple of months? And the reality is I would vote in a couple of months for that rate increase as well, because the information that's provided to us suggests that that's important and necessary. And so if I can provide that stability and predictability for staff tonight, and also predictability and stability for our community tonight, I'm comfortable with doing that.
Councilmember Song.
I just wanted to point to, back in November, we had Ms. Gelati from the county had given us a report on barrier busters. And when this came up, I had also asked John Fournier to share how many Ann Arbor residents had requested specifically waiving water, having difficulty with paying water bills through the Barrier Busters program. And he said last fiscal year, it was 11 residents. Which is 11 too many, right? But I think we need to, if we're going to talk about the difficulties, presented to us by the pandemic, we've already had it pointed out to us by staff in this report. We know that despite the 2.6 times increase to Barrier Busters, which is a countywide program, in Ann Arbor, it was 77 requests for 77 Ann Arbor residents. Again, that's 77 too many. But I just want to, I guess I want to give some context, I think, to understanding the struggles that we're speaking to and the extent that we're trying to assist folks. It's not just throwing additional monies to Barrier Busters, but also looking to legislative ways and how other cities are addressing this, right? So later on, when we hopefully endorse the Water Shutoff Protection Act, one of the things that Councilmember Griswold had spoken to, that legislation, that statewide legislation, specifies that information is required to be in shutoff notices and timelines and given sufficient notice to folks in actually accessing this assistance. So I hope folks are thinking about, outside of, I know we represent folks here in Ann Arbor, but, obviously folks are hurting here throughout our community. Our community extends here beyond Ann Arbor, right? The folks who work here, go to school here, don't necessarily live in our boundaries. So I appreciate the care that folks have spoken directly to, and trying to find ways to support folks. And I wanted to just add some numbers to that because that was a concern of mine as well. Thanks.
Further discussion of the main motion? I too am going to support the main motion. It is, like I said in the upfront, I think that we have an obligation to leave our water system better than we found it. We all know that we have portions of our water system that are, hundreds of years old, not hundreds, over 100 years old. We know the operative portion of the water treatment plant were built in the 1930s. We know that we are seeing new contaminants that we ourselves want to remove from our drinking water. We know that there are new contaminants that new regulations will require us to remove from our drinking water. It's important that we distribute drinking water efficiently, that we do so in a safe manner, and that that requires pipes underground and massive water treatment plant. And we can't do that without, without raising rates and doing so incrementally and consistently. And that's the only way to do it prudently, to deliver what we need to deliver to today's residents and to future residents. And that's our obligation. I think it's our duty. And so I'm going to move forward and support the motion as amended. Pardon me, and support the main motion. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Remlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let us take a short break. We'll reconvene at 9:56. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. C1, an ordinance to amend section 5.16.6.d, 5.17.4, 5.17.6.c, 5.26.2.a, and 5.28.8, and tables 5.15-1, 5.15-2, and 5.15-3 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5, the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Council Member Dish, seconded by Council Member Ron Lowy. Discussion, please, of C1. Council Member Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move this on to second reading. I just wanted to give staff a heads up that I got some questions. My council questions is this session did not get sent. They were written but not sent. And so I have some questions on this, especially around a couple of things specific to materials uses, like section 517.6C. It speaks to the fiber cement. It says that you're going to that we're going to regulate the use of fiber cement in certain zoning districts, mixed use areas, and so on. And I mean, just as like one of my questions is around that, but I mean, I don't need to take up council time with these questions, but that one seemed that was one of many questions that I had. That was sort of left field. I thought, why is that the case? Like, if it's my understanding, HDC allows fiber cement as a substitute in historic districts, and I know we've seen some buildings that aren't so hot where they've used the hardy panels. They don't look so great, it doesn't look finished, but the cement siding and the planks and the cedar mill and all those other ones, they seem kind of appropriate to me. So this is one of the many questions I had on this. So I'll forward those to staff and hopefully you can get them answered. I guess my biggest concern about this generally is we have a situation where we have a lot of small changes to UDC, and we have some excellent examples we're given in the memo to Planning Commission of where would this be applied, what is typically for this. My concern is generally with these types of changes that the example given is decent and maybe the next few choices are, but then we've not foreseen down the road what might happen either with the loosening of regulations or unwittingly restricting regulations or something. It's going to have some negative consequences. So I think these small changes, even though each one's small, they're numerous and they deserve a more thorough look.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? They're approved. C1 is approved. C2, an ordinance to add a new section 5.19, amend sections 5.19.1, table 5.19-1, and section 5.19.2, section 5.19.3, and section 5.37.2.e, and add a new section 5.19.11 of Chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Council Member Lowy, seconded by Council Member Dish. Discussion, please, of C2. Council Member Lowy.
Thank you. I'm in support of this item here. I just wanted to amplify some of the concerns that my constituents have and others who welcome this technology with EV charging stations and electrical ways of getting around. But unfortunately, at this time, we're still burning dirty fossil fuels in order to produce that electricity that's powering these cars. And so as we all feel compelled to support these, we also want to make sure we do just as much as we can to stop the production of electricity from fossil fuels, because it's really just greenwashing the problem, making us feel like we're actually doing something when we're just exporting our pollution downriver to a different zip code. So unfortunately, when it comes to some of the social justice issues that we have, the economic social justice issues, this is one that I think needs some attention paid to it, because the poorer people on this earth are the ones who are suffering the most. Again, with this kind of technology and things that we're just as if we're pressing a balloon, just pushing the problem perhaps somewhere else. But I know that's for a different day. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I appreciate the point that Councilmember Ramlawi makes about our current electricity being generated by dirty fossil fuels. But I nonetheless would not regard this as greenwashing. This is about building an infrastructure that, every new site plan that comes before council will be asked to meet this EV ordinance. And it's about building an infrastructure in the projects that we're approving that we expect to be around for the next 30, 40, 50 years. I think every hope is that even by the next decade, we could be generating much cleaner energy here. And we're certainly offsetting some of our fossil fuel use here by investing in solar projects elsewhere. And so I think that the concern about the need to generate electricity in much cleaner ways is really, really important. But I think that the more that we can do to build an infrastructure that's going to accommodate greater EV use in the future, which will be a cleaner future, the more we can do for everyone on this planet, because the more we reduce our footprint, the better off people are on the other side of the globe.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I guess, Mr. Leonard, you're going to answer this, even though Mr. Delacourt's listed on there as a sponsor. So when in a situation where we are regulating electric vehicle parking, is we have the authority to do that because parking is something that is left to the city's discretion, unlike state building codes where we are hesitant to, or have appeared hesitant. I'm not, but we have, as of yet, failed to regulate all electric buildings, as an example. And so is that because there's a difference in the leeway we're granted by state building codes or development codes over parking versus the building itself?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Brett Leonard. I'm the planning manager. That's correct. Your assertion is accurate that when we start talking about requirements for how and what utilities may be provided to a building, that is governed by building codes, which is regulated by the state, and we have some limitations on what we can and can't do there. I know there's a lot of investigation going on in that regard. The number of parking spaces and the nature of those parking spaces is regulated through zoning, so we have a bit more flexibility to provide parameters and requirements for parking and the type of parking that's provided under the ordinance.
So we had a Miss Mitchell, who's on the Environmental Commission, write us and encourage us to write into this that the generation for these, or some of the generation, partially comes from solar panel situation or alternative energy situation. So is that something that we are able to do in the future without much difficulty to modify this in the future, or should it be done now?
I think I don't profess to be an expert as it relates to the building. I think in that case, you're starting to talk about how the power is being supplied to the property. So I don't think that that's something that we'd recommend adding into the zoning framework right now. Nonetheless, we recognize the same thing, and I recognize it's not binding, but in the actual ordinance, certainly solar renewable source for powering those chargers is encouraged, but it's not required.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. C3, an ordinance to amend Chapter 55, zoning, rezoning of 7.23 acres from R1C, single-family residential district to PUD, planned unit development district, Lockwood of Ann Arbor, PUD zoning and supplemental regulations 2195 East. Ellsworth, moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Iyer, my apologies. Any discussion of DC3? Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Council Ethics Rule 2, I'm going to ask to be recused from a vote on this matter tonight, as I have a tangential financial interest in the outcome of this property. So I'm asking my council colleagues to allow me to recuse myself from a vote on this matter tonight. I'll answer questions about it if it seems necessary. I spoke with Mr. Postum about this earlier.
Councilmember, just clarification, when you say financial interest in the property, I think it's tangentially related to the to the matter which is related to the property. You have no ownership in the interest of the property.
That's correct. I do not.
But it affects what, you might want to explain a little bit more, what, just you have some interest in this.
This is similar to what happened with me on Bristol Ridge.
Yes.
You may recall Bristol Ridge on Pontiac Trail, where it was where my shop was located. And so when I was gentrified for the third time in 5 years out of a shop location on Pontiac Trail or here in the city, my stuff ended up over at this Ellsworth property, where there is they call it the warehouse. It's the 3 locked garages on the property. And so I've moved some of my large equipment over there. And if the sooner this moves forward, the sooner I'm out. And so Mr. Postma decided that was legitimate under Council Ethics Rule 2 to recuse myself from a vote, because I just feel like I do have it will affect what happens to me.
Well,
Could have a financial effect.
Right. I think you still need to be excused by the council.
Yes.
We'll talk about recusing themselves, and that's not, but I think that you've laid out under Council Ethics 2 the financial interest. And so
I'll move it.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Grand, second by Councilmember Dina. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilmember Hayner, you are excused. Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Udina.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you to staff, Brett and Matt particularly, for taking time earlier this week to chat with me and talk me through some of the concerns I had on this proposal. I am comfortable at this point moving this forward in the process so that we can continue to gain some public input and continue our discussions on this. As many of you know, this is a proposed development that would be a couple of football fields away from my house. So I have been very invested and involved in community conversations around this for some time. A number of the concerns that I had initially regarding stormwater runoff and some of the impact on the buffer zone kind of between the property and the neighboring Forest Hills Cooperative were alleviated by some of the conversations that I had and the efforts that are being made to ensure that that this is having little or no impact on the neighboring communities. So I'm comfortable moving it forward, although I do want to say I think there is still significant concern with some of the neighbors in the cooperative communities, and I think increased conversation with them would be valuable so that we can make sure we're not overlooking anything in the next few weeks before this comes back to us for final approval. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to our Ward 3 reps for addressing some of the issues that the residents have brought forward in terms of the storm runoff and the buffer area with the co-op. So appreciate the help in that. I have had some questions raised about the taxation on the property with the affordable housing units. And I know we'll have some time to get in questions before our next and final vote on this matter. If it does pass here tonight, and it does have my support at first reading, most likely will at second reading as well. It's nice to see a PUD be used in ways that was intended in with the benefits that this provides. I'm not sure if anyone's here tonight that can answer it, but with the affordable housing units and the development agreement, I'm sorry I didn't get through it all, whether there is tax abatement or a pilot part of this development when it comes to the affordable housing units.
Mayor, I can confirm that when we go through the council questions, but they may qualify for the pilot. So, but we will. I'll validate that as you go through the questions on this item for next meeting.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just again want to thank residents and staff and know that there has been some interest in having a conversation, particularly with the adjacent co-op, and look forward to that conversation in the intervening month. But one of the, compelling things for me looking at this, aside from the 65 units of affordable senior housing, which is probably the, most compelling part of this development, is that the developer was, made changes in the intervening months. They moved where the entrance to this is. They resited the building so that it's as far away from the co-op as possible. There's some cleanup that's going to happen back here. There's some additional accessibility and through the woods that connects to the school property. So I do think there's some additional benefits. One of the neighbors had asked me very early in the process, please don't cut down the giant tree in my backyard, who lives in the co-op, and not a single adjacent landmark tree is going to be removed that's adjacent to the Forest Hills Cooperative. So that, and then relative to the existing single family zoning, which has a much smaller buffer, this development also offers more than twice the vegetative buffer that we would have under single family zoning. So it's actually better in terms of that buffer, as well as, so not just for aesthetic reasons and ecological reasons, but also in terms of the amount of impervious surface with single family homes if it were to be built under the existing zoning. So I think there are a lot of benefits. I also know that having a development for seniors that's so close to a school, especially one that serves, it's our only K through, or I guess young fives through 3 school, through 2 school in the city at Bryan Elementary, that I hope that there will be some opportunities for collaboration between Lockwood and the school, because there may be some retired folks with lots of time and willingness to serve some of the youngest members of our community. And I know the developers expressed an interest in that. So thank you again to staff, and look forward to the conversation in the next month, and hopefully bringing these 65 units is just tremendous. So thanks.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? C3 is approved. C4, ordinance to amend Chapter 55, Unified Development Code zoning of Title 9 from P, parking, to C3, fringe commercial, 2111 Packard Street, moved by Council Member Brand, seconded by Council Member Dish. Discussion, please, of C4. Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, just quickly, this is a pretty exciting project. The idea is it's 2111 Packard Road, and the idea is to build a 72-unit, 3-story apartment building that will be a mix of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments, and it's on a portion of a larger fringe commercial site that's currently zoned for parking. And so we are unpaving Paradise, and we are turning car storage into human storage, which I think is a great direction for us to move in. There's also a $45,000, not million, not billion, but thousand, contribution to the Parks Fund. And there's a solar element. There will be rooftop solar, and that'll be a small but still meaningful 6.6% offset of the energy use. So it's got a lot of things in it that we would like to see, as well as retail space. So it's a mixed use housing thing, residential addition to our community, and I'm excited about it.
Councilmember Romlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just for clarification and to better understand what is going on here, as I'm pretty sure most of us do know, but just for the public and others in this process here now, if staff could help walk us through this process where we are rezoning the parking to the fringe commercial in this instance, but there will be other motions necessary by council actions taken by council for the development that Councilmember Dish just spoke on. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. This site is split zone. It is, the south portion of the site is zone parking and the north portion is zone commercial. This proposed rezoning would rezone the entire site to commercial. And then the corresponding action would be, of course, second reading of the proposed rezoning and the corresponding site plan, which would approve the development under that commercial zoning designation.
And when would you expect that site plan to come to council for consideration?
I think the 19th is the second January meeting, so I would anticipate on January 19th.
Thank you, Brett. Appreciate that. Yeah, I will obviously be supporting this with enthusiasm as well. It is an area of town that could use some rebirth. I do have a small concern, just being a small business owner myself, and that's just seeing all those small businesses who are currently there who will be displaced. And I understand there will be retail in the new development, but I can pretty much guarantee that the rental rates on that new development in those retail locations will be double, triple, perhaps quadruple what they currently are. So hopefully the petitioner will continue to operate with great care and consideration as they have throughout this process. The engagement, the public engagement by the petitioner has been exemplary. They've demonstrated excellence in trying to get council a project that fits our goals. This is a site that's on a transit-oriented line, easy to get to your amenities, has the solar panel installations and many other amenities that really make this a very promising and positive development. So I thank, again, the petitioner for going through all they have to get to the point where they're at.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I won't repeat what's been said, other than I think this is an exciting, it's almost like a cleanup of the zoning. It feels like to me more than a rezoning, because it's just making the whole thing consistent. But having that extensive public engagement, the petitioner has an email list, so everyone who's been to those meetings gets informed of when things are coming to council, when they were coming to planning. They continue to make themselves available for questions. So it's been, they've made changes according to feedback from the neighbors in terms of how the building is sited, the design of the building. I love that this building is, comes up and interacts with the street, and it has the parking in the back, which I think is fantastic. It has bike amenities. It's mixed use, missing middle housing along a transit corridor, and it's redevelopment of a site. So I think it's a lot of what we want to see. I do hope in the weeks ahead, I know, some of the neighbors still have just a couple concerns about just some of the details of things that maybe they saw in some initial plans that are no longer there, and about the parking and the traffic. But all in all, this is just, it's a terrific development, and I'm so pleased to see it moving forward.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I want to repeat the excellent public engagement and suggest that maybe this process could be a model where we would outline the process, and it could be used by other developers going forward, because it has been so successful.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC1, resolution to direct amendments to city code to prospectively apply location restrictions to short-term rentals. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC1. I guess I'd like to kick this. Let me put a clock on myself too. I'd like to kick this off. As folks know, we passed back when, in a couple of months ago, a short-term rental ordinance which restricted and prohibited, which sought to restrict non-owner occupied short-term rental uses in the city. The purpose of this resolution is to address as narrowly as possible these pre-existing non-owner occupied STR uses. Bottom line is, in my view, that this request recognizes what I believe to be facts that are facts on the ground, and that is that there are non-owner occupied short-term rental units that have been in the city registering and have been inspected as rental property under the city's housing ordinance for years, and that they've been operating in a manner consistent with what has been our ordinances. And consistent with the concerns that I raised about this, about our ordinance back when it was passed, I believe that we as a city could and should pass a more tailored ordinance that will prohibit expansion of non-owner occupied short-term rental units, because too many is not good for the community, I think. But that would bring current units that are already in use, already on the ground, operating legally, bring them under greater regulation and control, and an ordinance that would take these steps in a way that recognizes the existing facts on the ground. And that is to say that there are people operating under and have been operating and have purchased in reliance and acted in reliance on our pre-existing regulatory framework. In my view, the proposed changes or the requested changes to staff are narrowly tailored and, in my view, useful to avoid what I think is certainly unwelcome and disruptive, and possibly losing litigation in an area that is it's just unnecessary. I think that the proposed prohibition, or rather the existing prohibition, does violence to people's existing expectations, does violence to their ongoing exercise of their the rental of their property as had been. And that we going forward can and ought to make sure that everybody is operating in a manner that is consistent with good neighborliness, that the renters in short-term units are conducting themselves in a manner proper, that neighbors understand to whom they can turn if there are problems, but that we have all sorts of different ways of dealing with disruptive neighbors, with disruptive persons, and that we should rely upon that to solve these problems. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Two things that I wanted to mention tonight. I will be supporting this. I have said for many months that I do believe we need to regulate the short-term rentals within our community, but I think we need to do so within the confines of existing law. When we create ordinances as city council members, it's my view that we need to do so in a way that balances various needs in the community and does not put the city at unnecessary financial or legal risk. I think that it's our duty to be good financial stewards of taxpayer dollars. The other point that I wanted to make was that, or rather just confirmation from staff, if I could, that they will be looking into the questions around how to further define nuisance issues. In the ordinance that was passed, it's discussed and mentioned that a license can be revoked if there's a nuisance, and I'm wondering if we're going to have further guidance and recommendations for how we can make that happen if and when it does happen, because we have had instances of certainly what sound like public nuisances in neighborhoods.
Mr. Delacorte, Mr. McDonald.
Well, I'd be glad to take a shot at this, but I'm going to ask the attorney's office potentially to chime in as well. The nuisance related issues, the city already has ordinances on the books that deal with nuisance related issues. if there is, we can investigate whether there's the potential to tie nuisance related issues to rental certificates, but that's not something we do now, regardless of whether it's a short-term rental or whether it's a regular length lease. And we experience the same nuisance issues as staff and nuisance complaints, whether it's a short-term rental or long-term rental. So my suggestion would be, if we're going to do that, that it be looked at holistically, and not only in connection with the short-term issues, and that those nuisance-related issues be consistent across the board. The ability to do so, I know it's very difficult to regulate nuisance issues through zoning and or the licensing regulations, which is what we're looking at here. But if it's something that council wants us to revisit and make recommendation on it, that would be a separate process, I think.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I actually didn't support this way back when for a variety of reasons, and one of them was because I heard from many owners of these properties who have been acting as non-owner occupied short-term rentals in residential areas, that they had provided a utility to the community and they were good neighbors and so on and so on. And I believe it, especially because I know some of them well and I've seen their properties and so on. But I thought this went too far. But be that as it may, it passed, and we used zoning to construct these rules. And my understanding is that under zoning, that everybody has to be treated equally. And so now to consider that we might go back and say, well, maybe not, like we're going to try and carve out some exceptions in our zoning, or I'm not sure exactly what we're looking for here. It kind of seems like we're picking winners and losers a little bit. And I think that in itself would lead to potential litigation. The notion that we've kind of pulled the rug out from current lawful operators, with that ordinance, was one of the concerns I expressed back then when I didn't support it. And I thought, well, that'll get us a lawsuit for sure, and, perhaps we'd be in a better situation to apply these kinds of rules to these operations, through the settlement of a lawsuit than through trying to manipulate zoning to carve out winners and losers. I'm not sure I support this. And, I've tried to use on behalf of constituents the host tools to deal with problem properties that were not owner occupied properties, especially a couple on Sunset. And it's like a futile effort. Like I tried half a dozen times for the same parcel to deal with the host provider, in this case Airbnb, to get them to act, to say, look, this is a nuisance property. And all I'm left to do is shrug and tell them to call the police again, tell the neighbors to call the police again, because the hosting service had no interest in helping me out whatsoever. They had a very rapid turnaround on their concerns. You had to be very specific, and if it wasn't to the letter of whatever the complaint was, they weren't going to look into it, and they really seemed to not be interested. And so I think this is a strange path to come back and say, we use zoning to construct this for a specific reason, and now we kind of want to carve out exceptions to that zoning. And I don't understand it, and I don't feel comfortable supporting it.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I want to backtrack a little bit and clarify a few facts about this ordinance that I've seen confused in the last few days. First of all, this ordinance, as we passed it in September, permits residents to use the homes that they live in for short-term rental as a way of generating supplemental income. So anyone can use their primary residence as a short-term rental. This ordinance is sensitive to the fact that residents near to downtown and near to campus often pay a premium to live there, and short-term rental income is helpful. Secondly, non-owner occupied STRs are not prohibited by the ordinance we passed in September. The ordinance does not prohibit the investment opportunity of dedicated short-term rentals, but such businesses may not exist in residential districts of the city. So if there is a need for this business model, and if owner-occupied properties are not enough to fill that need, I would expect investors moving forward to pay close attention to areas that are properly zoned for it. And I think this is a reasonable expectation. Regarding this specific agenda item, all the arguments against it are, I think, clear enough and have been stated at past council meetings. I don't need to repeat them. Our local Ann Arbor Tenants Union and DSA organization, including a recent DSA candidate for council, opposed this agenda item for all the obvious reasons around housing and how short-term rental units deplete the local housing supply that is available to year-round residents. I just want to add that recent council campaigns centered on the idea that we need more housing in the city. And if those ideas were anything more than words, I think that a vote on this should be very straightforward. The units at stake here are somewhere between 100 and 200 units of housing. To use a term popular with a few of my colleagues, the loss of these housing units cannot be blamed on NIMBYs. The loss of these units will be our fault if we support amendments to this ordinance. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Councilmember Rodino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For many of the reasons that you stated and Councilmember Iyer stated already, I am likely going to support this tonight. And for a number of the reasons that we heard from some of the callers at the beginning of council tonight. I've had conversations with some of the property owners who are using these for short-term rental purposes, and in my view, they are providing. I think it's been unfair to characterize them as simply utilizing residential areas for tourism purposes. I do believe that I've heard compelling stories of residents who are remodeling their homes, and it's not realistic for them to move into a hotel for a period of weeks or months. I've heard of folks who are visiting relatives at the hospital and simply want to go home to a home at night rather than a hotel. And I understand that there are still other facilities or still other properties that could still operate and serve those purposes. But I would actually refer back to something that Councilmember Nelson said in her remarks, which was directed towards future investors. And I agree. I think future investors should absolutely be looking at areas that are properly zoned going forward for purchasing additional properties to use for this purpose. My concern is about punishing those residents who have purchased these properties and have been operating them legally and within the confines of our existing law, and investing in these properties and making improvements on these properties for this purpose, and then pulling out the rug from underneath them. And so I support continued regulation. I actually would echo Councilmember Iyer's call for staff to also look into nuisance enforcement, whether that is required, whether we need to simply strengthen or add additional regulations to ensure that we're dealing with that. I think actually many of the good actors in the community would support that as well. Or whether or not we simply need to strengthen our current enforcement. And I would also call on us to look at other communities that have implemented kind of a hybrid model to look at what some of the best practices are that work. And I will say, for what it's worth, it is not my preference to move forward with a simple grandfathering. I don't necessarily support the idea of creating a monopoly for those folks who are currently operating. I would like for us to continue to look at this as this is implemented and to move forward. But for many of the reasons stated by the mayor earlier around protecting us from potential lawsuit, and also, frankly, I think just doing what's best by the people who have been running these short-term rental businesses in good faith and legally for a period of time, it's the right thing to do. So, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
I have a question, and so my concern, I think, is similar to a couple that have been stated by my colleagues before me about the grandfathering approach versus but the question wasn't asked specifically why the grandfathering approach versus the capping approach, which I think maybe potentially gets us to the same place without picking winners and losers in exactly the same way that grandfathering just doesn't sit as well with me. So could I get an explanation from staff maybe, or someone else, why we went with the grandfathering approach versus how we did say with medical marijuana businesses prior to the changes where we had a cap?
Well, I think what's in front of you is a resolution for staff and the planning commission to go back and examine that. I don't believe at this point we're actually making a resolution as the best way to go forward. The basic difference is grandfathering, for lack of a term, if you talk about it in a traditional sense, which is the use of the zoning ordinance, which would create properties that were legally non-conforming at the time of the adoption is actually the terminology. That does create a de facto cap at however we determine what properties were in existence at time of the adoption. That would be your cap. The difference is with a legal nonconformance creation, as those properties convert away from short-term rentals and into a different use, whether it's long-term rentals or not, that cap in essence ratchets down. So every time, and then eventually, in theory, you don't have any more legal nonconformance, and all your properties conform. Having a cap, I don't know what the intent of that would be. If the intent of council would be to cap all the existing nonconformity properties and then add additional, or create a cap at the number that is the existing, and as those become conforming, allow other ones to come in and compete for those spaces. What I can tell you from a staff standpoint, trying to track that type of cap would be extraordinarily difficult. Where properties were constantly converting away in and out of conformance based on the lease type, and then the availability of extra numbers under that cap and how we assign those. Truthfully, sitting here today, I have no idea how we would manage that and enforce that. The legal nonconformance, we establish one list of properties, and as they convert into some other use, then that de facto cap ratchets down, and it's much easier for us to track and enforce under that scenario. That being said, those are two possible solutions, and I think what we're going to do is, if council wants to create some type of quote-unquote grandfathering and passes this resolution, we're going to go back as staff, evaluate that with the attorney's office, discuss it with the planning commission, and then come back and make our best recommendation how to do it. I'm not even sitting here telling you today that we have for sure what we would recommend the best way to do it if council decides to take action on this tonight. We're going to need some time to look into it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delcourt.
Yeah, sorry, that was a very long answer. I apologize.
I appreciate the nuance there. Actually, it's helpful, because I guess my intent is that, I've heard about some studies that have shown, well, this has been, had an impact on housing affordability in larger communities where tourism is a bigger part of their economy, that in small cities like ours, it doesn't seem to be having as big of an impact, and that seeing the utility of having, as we've heard stories from many people, a small number of these, I just want to make sure that they're regulated to deal with the initial concern of this, how this started in the first place, which was the nuisance concern. So thank you. That's where that question was coming from, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. Yeah, so for my part, I think there were some questions raised around sort of policy consistency in terms of our viewpoints about how we might be able to support an ordinance change. And obviously I need to see what staff might bring forward. For myself, I'm concerned about a few issues. One, obviously the case law is one piece, but I do think that there is short-term rentals, even non-owner occupied, can provide benefits within our neighborhoods, and so I'm less concerned about having them in our neighborhoods, and more concerned about the proliferation in our neighborhoods, and so whether that takes the form of a cap or grandfathering, though grandfathering seems to make more sense in consistency with our case law. But I think a couple of issues got raised around if we're concerned about housing and building more housing in our community, how could we be supportive of this? And I think if the question is around housing, that housing is an issue, whether or not these units are located within our neighborhoods or within mixed use areas. And so this consistency would be to limit them across our community if that was our primary concern about taking away housing units. I think at the core of this issue really is a question of what's appropriate in our neighborhoods. And so for me, the piece that I'm trying to hold on to in terms of consistency, and it was something that I campaigned around, was that I think that it's important that our neighborhoods begin to return to a time period where we can have a mix of uses within them, where we have neighborhood grocers, we have commercial uses of a limited nature within our neighborhoods, because I think they add to them. And so I think as long as these are properly regulated and we address the nuisance issues that were present from a few bad actors, I think what we're adding to our community is something of benefit, which has been mentioned by some of our callers earlier tonight. I guess I would like to ask staff, as they're working on this, there's been a strong public engagement period where a lot of concerns have been raised about short-term rentals within neighborhoods. And some of those, there's a variety of issues that have been raised, and it might be helpful to understand what pieces feel like they're already addressed within the context of our ordinances and which ones are not. Because I think for those folks that were really struggling with bad actors, particularly perhaps around the stadium, we may need to be thinking about changes, and I'm just not sure what form those take.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Apologize ahead of time if I go over 3 minutes. Cut me off when I do. I feel that this piece of legislation is effectively a regressive form of public policy. It's taken us backwards in the areas that I think are important, the social economic justice. And it's not the ordinance that was passed on September 8th was not driven by that, but it benefited by the passage of that ordinance. The driving force behind the ordinance that was passed on September 8th was applying our ordinance the way it's written, the way it's intended, the way it should be enforced. City Council did not start this with the idea of I don't want to go backwards. I'd rather talk about going forward here. And this resolution here takes us backwards because it does take away housing supply. It does start picking winners and losers. It does create more of a unstable climate legally when we start applying unequal applications of the zoning ordinance. I think that creates more issues for us than what we currently have. And I know there's been many investors who want to challenge this ordinance. And this is a burgeoning industry. This is a new industry that's just come on of the last 5 or 10 years. Governments are slow to react. And when we apply our zoning ordinance, we come down to the conclusion that these are non-conforming. It's not that we change the laws in the middle of it all. We just started applying what was there to begin with, that we weren't applying to begin with. The laws have always been there. We just weren't applying them. We didn't do what we should have been doing. And now we did on September 8th. And they are allowed to exist. And for the folks that want to move in a short-term rental while their home is being remodeled, you can still do that. You just have to rent it for 31 days. You can still operate these STRs in single-family zoning for 31 days at a time. You just need to lease them 31 days, that's all. And when people talk about nuisance issues, my time on council and all the complaints that I get from constituents tells me it's a very difficult experience trying to enforce our nuisance laws. Staff is reluctant to do it. The police are reluctant to do it. It's a whack-a-mole constantly. And I just think this is just counterproductive to our goals. And again, it's a step in reverse. And when you have a working family who wants to be here 24/7 and raise their family and be here, versus an investor who's going to just buy the property and get the best and most return on their investment,
You're at
tell you what,
3:30, Councilman.
the working class person loses out.
Councilman Griswold.
Yes, it was my understanding before the last time we voted on this issue that the path forward with the minimum amount of risk was to have the courts order some type of protection for the existing short-term rentals that are in residential property, that was the least risky approach, and that what's being proposed tonight would actually increase our legal risk. So I'm wondering if that position has changed.
We provided council with written advice on this. I
Right.
don't, and so I'm just gonna simply say that advice still stands today. I'm not sure that it's consistent with what you're saying right now. So I'll just leave it at that. I mean, if we need to talk about this further in closed session, we can do so, but we can't get into the nature of that advice kind of on the floor here.
Okay. And my last question is, if we were to grandfather these businesses in, do we have any idea how many of the short-term rentals, the ones that we're talking about that are in residential areas, are simply 1 or 2 units owned by, say, an individual versus the ones that are owned by, say, 10 or more by an LLC? And I'm also told that there are some corporate units that are used by corporations for people that are coming and going into the community. So do we know what the mix is of these units that we're considering?
I do not sitting here tonight. I don't have that information.
Oh, okay. So we've registered most of them as rentals, is that correct?
Well, again, we don't discern on our registration right now between short-term and long-term. So we just have rental properties. We don't discern between types based on length of lease. That would start to take place when the ordinance takes effect on March 1st.
Okay, I understand that, but do we have some units out there that are not even on the lease rolls? That's what I'm wondering. So it's a property that's owned by someone, but it's not considered their primary residence for tax purposes, but it has not been registered as a lease.
I guess I'll take a stab at this. Properties that are homesteaded, cross-referenced with our rental certificates. Is that where you're headed with? I guess I need some more clarification on the question.
Yes, that's close to it. I'm just wondering if there are units that, say we were to grandfather, could there be units that we were grandfathering that we don't even know about right now because they're not registered as rentals?
I think the answer to that question is if you don't mind, Mr. Delacourt, I kind of.
No, please.
But I think that if I understand the question correctly, and I think the answer is that to try, and to restate something that Derek said, there's no right now there's no plan specifically for grandfathering or plan at all, because the staff is really just going on what council passed before, which was the ordinance. So unless this passes, and if this passes, that's when the development of that ordinance will take place. It may have some grandfathering, and I think that's why you see the language saying that if the zoning ordinance needs to be changed, then something needs to be sent to the planning commission, and that may entail zoning changes, it may entail grandfathering, but whatever it is to be kind of narrowly tailored to sort of allow existing uses to continue. But if there was grandfathering, or to try to get at limiting that universe of short-term rentals, I think we would acknowledge that right now for a non-owner occupied short-term rental to be a legal rental in the city, then it would have to comply with the city's current housing code, which would include for a non-owner occupied unit, both an inspection as well as a registration. So we have a list which at least would start out with maybe the universe of short-term rentals. And so I think we would look to try to limit someone who was not in compliance with our current codes. But it's not a specific universe, because we don't know, even if we counted the number that were on that list, we wouldn't know how many are short-term rentals versus how many we would report we would think were normal rentals that are doing 31 days or above, or any other rental duration.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. This, just follows up on how this directive, I believe, makes our current situation worse. And I know the current situation isn't perfect. We worked with staff quite a bit. We tried to come to a different conclusion before we adopted what we did on September 8th. The fact of the matter was, we didn't have a better choice based on everything that was given to us on all the information available. And now we have this ordinance that's slated to go into effect on March 1st. And now this comes here 2 months prior to that, and really distorts and muddles the situation and makes it very confusing. What happens to the ordinance that was passed? Does that go into effect, and then everybody, because I was just wondering how long is it going to take for staff to come back with these recommendations, because we've asked a lot of these same questions before, and frankly, there weren't any great answers to them. So I appreciate the questions that are being brought forth, but many of these same questions and concerns were brought up and gone over before. And so back to that, when is this coming back? Because this ordinance goes into effect March 1st. And what happens while this is going on?
Well, I'll take a stab at that. We haven't spent a ton of time with it because up until now, council hasn't indicated to us that this is a direction they'd like to go in. We've talked extensively about what's commonly, and I'll use the vernacular we're using here tonight, it keeps being referred to as grandfathering, existing units that are legal or operating today, that this licensing ordinance would then determined to be non-conforming, for lack of a better term. We will go back and we will do our best to take the information we have that's available, augment that with anything additional we have, and come up with a list of how many those are. Ones that we can, to the best of our ability, verify operated as short-term, non-owner occupied renters prior to this ordinance going in effect, and get that put together in a manner that we believe best reflects what council wants to do, and allowing those to exist in perpetuity, but not allowing them to expand to properties, if I'm understanding the resolution that's in front of everybody tonight, the properties that weren't in operation prior to that date. So we will do that. We will bring that list back for consideration by council. If that we determine the best way to quote unquote grandfather those in is through a modification to the UDC. We will notice that appropriately at the Planning Commission. And if we need more time, and that requires us to come back and ask council to push back the the implementation date of the ordinance previously adopted, we can consider that. Or that ordinance very well might be able to go into effect before this is completed. I'd have to, if council wants us to move forward with this, that'll be some of the discussions we have with the attorney's office starting tomorrow.
Well, part of this action here, to me, it is the application of unequal, the unequal application of the zoning ordinance. And does that create a bigger problem than just the couple hundred properties currently that are non-conforming? I mean, we could be inviting bigger trouble.
Let me just answer that. First of all, as we've said, this ordinance does not require a zoning change. It may lead to a zoning change, but at least in my view, if I'll just say this, if it's a grandfathering situation, it's not that's how zoning changes are made. Zoning is changed. And it creates uses that are non-conforming.
I apologize to interrupt, but we didn't change the zoning.
I'm simply saying, we've had some conversation during this discussion about grandfathering. Grandfathering would be made through a zoning change. Mm-hmm. And if that is changed, that's a consistent process by which you determine that certain uses are allowed under the current zoning. You make a zoning modification, and once the zoning is modified, those existing uses become non-conforming.
How do we go retroactive with this? Because it's been my experience, you grandfather things in that were there when the change happened. Now we're kind of going backwards with this application of grandfathering in, because we're going to be changing the zoning ordinance after we adopted the ordinance.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You're saying the change in the zoning ordinance would happen, and that would allow for the grandfathering in to occur. I'm saying the ordinance already has been adopted on September 8th, and then we're going to change the ordinance 6 months later that applies to the ordinance that was passed 6 months prior.
Well, I think the answer to that question is that the ordinance that was passed on September 8th is not a zoning ordinance. It was a licensing ordinance. And it was a licensing ordinance only. There was no addressing the zoning ordinance at that time.
I'm sorry, I'm now more confused. Well,
maybe let me, because this has been our recommendation from the beginning. What the recommendation has been is to strictly prohibit non-owner occupied short-term rentals within certain geography of the city for less than 30 days did not require a zoning ordinance change. We were able to do that through a licensing ordinance. It has always been, and more recently towards the adoption of the ordinance, council's question to us was if council determined that they wanted to allow ones that were operating legally and existing prior to that prohibition in place, what would be the best tool to do it? The most commonly used tool to do something like that would be a change to the zoning ordinance. So my guess is, and in this instance, if council now wants us to revisit that decision, the previous decision did not ask staff to create that exception for legally operating rental properties that would now be prohibited. If now, again, we're having that conversation about what is the best way to do that, without a ton of additional investigation, my guess is probably still amending the UDC to do what is normally done in these situations, that is to use zoning to create legal nonconformance. We may look at other options and bring back other options. At this point, the resolution is asking us to go back and find a way to allow the existing, legally existing short-term rentals, non-owner occupied short-term rentals to exist post March 1st. Up until now, that has not been anything staff's been directed to do. If the consensus of council is that you now want us to go back and revisit that, and I understand there's certain reasons for that, and we certainly understand that as staff, then we will go back and look at it. My guess is the best way to do that, and the most commonly used tool would be to amend the UDC to create legal nonconformance. It is a common method. It is a little unusual that is used, as you say, council member, it retroactively to a non-UDC adopted ordinance, but it is not unheard of, and it is a pretty standard process that planners and cities use to create nonconformity, so, or legal nonconformity. So again, I hope that helps. It is a little bit out of order, but it would have been the tool we would have recommended when the ordinance was adopted. If that was the consensus of council at that time, it would have been the tool and the direction we most likely would have recommended at that point. We're leaving room open to investigate other options by not being that specific in this resolution. But in all reality, that would most likely be the process we brought back for your consideration.
If I can get one question on you meant when you say out of order, I think you meant out of sequence rather than improper.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Correct. Much better put.
Councilmember Griswold.
I want to provide some relief to the existing short-term rental owners who have property in residential areas. However, I don't support whatever this resolution is recommending, and I don't think anyone really knows exactly what the outcome might be. So I will not be supporting this because I believe that a court ruling to protect the existing short-term rental owners is a safer approach forward, safer in terms of provides less risk of us being sued if we pursue this resolution and some outcome of it. So anyway, I just want to make it clear that I still support some type of relief for these property owners, but I don't believe that this is the way to go. And it was my understanding that there would be, this would be handled by the courts.
I'm a little confused by that because you indicated that you expected this to be handled in a court ruling, but that would be after a lawsuit was filed against the city. I mean, that would be the result of a lawsuit filed against.
Yes, yes. And I just believe that's a cleaner way of doing it.
Further discussion? I guess if indeed this passes, I'd be grateful for, Mr. McClung, if this indeed passes, I'd be grateful for legal's analysis of its view as to whether or not the staff proposed resolution, the staff proposed action in response to this resolution is a higher legal risk or a lower legal risk in terms of likelihood and magnitude than what we currently operate under. And I guess further, I just by way of clarity, this is this is a difficult issue. And if we were starting from scratch, I'm not sure that those people who are going to vote in favor of this would want there to be short-term rental, non-owner operated short-term rentals operating in residential areas. I think that'd be a different conversation. For my part, I'm ambivalent about it. I am at tension. But we are not starting from scratch, and the world is imperfect. And the fact is that there are existing uses. And the fact is, in my view, that that there is legal risk associated here, and there is some element of fairness risk. And so, I think that this is an imperfect solution to a present and unavoidable problem. And so, it does, I think, find a balance with a downward ratchet. And I think that we've move forward with the hand we are dealt, and the hand that we are dealt is the existing legal uses in these residential areas with their admitted benefits, but also with their admitted harms. We find that balance, we live with that balance, and to suggest that they're perfect or that they are abhorrent, I think does an injustice to the complexity of the situation. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson. No. Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Negative.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish.
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC2, resolution to adopt council rules following the 2020 general election, moved by Councilmember Griswold, second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I'd like to make a general comment and then a couple specific ones about the rules as they currently exist. I guess my general comment would be, we have these rules, but they're not enforced, and so what good are these rules? Now, my specific comment would be that we have several things in the rules that if we adopt them as they exist as attached to this, that they don't speak to the current situation that we have before us here at council. An example would be the public speaking rules. Rule number 1, all public speakers must speak from the podium. Well, clearly we're not speaking from a podium. Are we assuming that we have a virtual podium that is extended across the globe? Or should we interpret that to mean that if one was, say, a resident of the county or the state or whatever, that they are allowed to speak from the virtual podium? And so it's problematic that we're going to go ahead and consider adopting these rules without clarifying some. That's one of many that are existing in this new situation we find ourselves in here. And so I wanted to point that out. That's one that just seems extra pertinent lately. Because we've had this conversation, in previous council meetings when we've had people calling from halfway across the planet or whatever. And, clearly we don't have a podium anymore. So I'd ask my colleagues, how are we going to resolve that before we vote on these rules? We need to define some of these things. I see Mr. Postman wants to speak.
Well, I think that the issue is, I believe that you should take a look at all of the rules, and I think that that's being done through the admin committee, and will be coming up. The adoption of these rules will not preclude changes, whatever you want in them. The fact that they're not fully applicable in the sense of not a podium, that's been addressed under state law about how virtual meetings can take place, and so those could be incorporated as you go to accommodate those type of things. But I do think that you need to have some set of rules in place, and so that is a starting point. And I think that to make any changes, I think they could come as soon as even next month. They could come in some format, and so I think a rule like that is just a rule of reason that you have to deal with. But if you're asking, do you want to change the rules and have only residents or people who are in the county or whatever can speak, those are things that I would have to weigh in on specifically, because those are limitations limitations in one way on speech. On the other hand, issues that talk about public commentary reserve time at the beginning, I've advised you before that is certainly something that you could modify dealing with items on the agenda. And right now it has it does have a format, but it has also allows people to, in one respect, talk about any other matters that aren't on the agenda. So those are all things that I would encourage the process that's going forward. to deal with. And if you have specific concerns, to send them to the administration committee, and then it will come to the whole council. It will not be done by the administration committee. They will simply look at some, and it will come back for the whole council to debate all of these rules. And I think that that's a good process, rather than picking and choosing tonight and trying to amend on the fly. In fact, I think it would be ordinarily you would provide advance notice, so that any changes you would provide advance notice. So
Sure. Since you're answering questions, would you opine on this matter that's been long bothered me? And I assume it's going to come up in the future, because we've had people who are anxious to move these meetings along. When a motion to call the previous question, the motion to call the question requires a concurring vote of 3/4 of the members present. 3/4 of the members present is 8 1/4 people. If there's 11 people here, so is it 8 or is it 9?
If it's 8 1/4, it would be not. If it's a fraction, it goes up. And again, we've talked about that before. I think some of those number issues need to be addressed, because they don't work out as precisely. And so I think a number of those things can be addressed in the rules change. I don't know whether there'll be wholesale rules change. It's not for me to say. Obviously, the rules committee in the past did look at things. There have been changes, and this is a evolving document. And so I think you need to work on what works for this body in our present time, and that will take a little time, but I think it will be a both healthy dialogue for you, and it will identify some of the issues that you've raised as concern. And so I've told you that before, and I continue to tell you that that I'm happy to advise the entire council, the admin committee, or anybody else on the rules issues.
Councilor Griswold.
As someone who's working on this, I just want to say that I am committed to a very transparent, robust discussion about this. I think we can all agree that improvement is needed. And I just want to touch on the council communication time at the beginning of the meeting. I would like to see that used more for reporting out on the work of committees, such as what Councilmember Dish did today. I think that's very important, and I think that we should empower our commissions and include more of their work and their recommendations in what we're doing as council members. And lastly, I would just say, please reach out to me if you have any ideas or suggestions that you want to share before the formal process for doing that.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. As was mentioned in the work session last week, but I want to state it again for those who may be watching and following along. Councilmember Griswold and I are working on some new rules changes. We had a great meeting week and a half ago now, and we're very much on the same page about the things that we were each proposing. And as Councilmember Griswold said, we welcome all council members to reach out to us as we're putting these together. There will be discussion at the admin committee meeting about this, and then a robust discussion at the council table before we vote on anything. So I think, again, I just want to reiterate that that's all in the works. To me, this is really perfunctory and just voting through the existing rules that have been in place, but knowing that we're working on some new things that I think we both feel are going to be really beneficial to the body as a whole.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is a good time to talk about Rule 10, many parts to it, but I feel that we've gotten away from observing some of these rules because we're in a virtual format. the fifth bullet point under Rule 10 reads, during council meetings, members shall not send private electronic communications to other persons than staff. It goes on to say more. Also, it says electronic communications sent and received by a member during a council meeting shall be included in the minutes. It goes on to say more. A member should not use their personal mobile device to answer calls or send electronic communications via text while seated at the council table. It goes on to say more. I would like to state that and not necessarily making any assumptions here, but I think it needs to be reminded that personal devices, even in this format, should be refrained from being used, and wanted to use this opportunity to make that statement.
That is correct.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It's approved. DC3, resolution to endorse HB 241, the Water Shutoff Protection Act, moved by Councilmember Song, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I'd like to be a co-sponsor, and I noticed that in some places we're using HB 241, which is a totally different bill, so it just needs to be SB 241 in all places. And then it has passed the House and the Senate, and I'm trying to find on my screen here, it's been referred to the governor, was referred this afternoon, and there's something that's going to happen on the 23rd. And so I don't know if that's going to be a signing ceremony. Maybe Councilmember Song knows.
Oh, I don't know if there will be a ceremony, but I've been following this, and then I think Councilmember Griswold, you've been following this closely too. I know Councilmember Travis Radina had also brought this up over email. We've been following the work that's been happening in Detroit with Abdul El Sayed and Senator Steffi Chang. Senator Jeff Irwin came in on this particular legislation and just trying to address water shutoffs. And I don't know if folks are familiar with the history of this particular effort, but when in March, when the governor issued an emergency order requiring reconnection of service to residents, water service, it was to prevent water shutoffs. And then that executive order was extended, but when the Supreme Court ruled against her orders, it was really up to the legislative body to offer these protections. So this particular bill is I think reflective of a community response in our state, and it's really specific, where it protects seniors, families with children, people who are seriously ill or disabled, pregnant women from shutoffs, and specifies information required to be in water shutoff notices and timelines for shutoff notices to be communicated. So even though our community, Ann Arbor in particular, from what our Barrier Busters reports have indicated, isn't vulnerable to something like this, I think I hope it's a comfort to community members who are concerned about how seriously we consider water rights and water use and water access to be in our community. So thank you for considering your support.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Griswold, for pointing out the errors there. I also emailed the clerk about those. I also just want to thank Councilmember Song for bringing this up in our policy committee last week, before this actually had passed both chambers. And so obviously we're to that point in the legislative session where things are moving quickly, but I think it's still important for us to pass this tonight and to demonstrate our support for this, and for the work being done by Senator Chang, who introduced it, but also by Senator Irwin, who represents us here in Ann Arbor, on this particularly important issue. And I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you, and appreciate putting some light on this. Unfortunately, I think some of our actions are going to make the need for this even greater. and I failed to bring this up earlier, apologize, but the qualifications for barrier busters is that one must be at 50% of AMI or below. And I think that's, and we forget that not anybody and everybody is available to go to barrier busters. You do need, you are disqualified if you make above 50% of AMI from barrier busters. So just to, again, to put that out there while we're talking about a related matter, and appreciate this. And of course, I'll be supporting it.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just, I wanted to ask, is that second whereas clause accurate? It says, whereas Ann Arbor has not experienced an increase in water shutoffs. I don't know if that's true or not. Or in the number of households reporting water affordability issues to this utility, which is us. And all I'll say about that is I have had a personal increase in the number of households reporting water affordability issues to me. And so I'm not certain that that is completely accurate. Is there any way to check that? I mean, it's so germane to the fact that we do support, water shutoff protections in the state and in our city indeed, but I'm just not sure that's accurate. Is anybody weigh in on that?
This is something I had asked John Fournier to look into, and he had given me numbers supporting that. So I don't know if Mr. Crawford can speak more directly to that.
I cannot, unfortunately. Mr. Fournier wasn't able to join us tonight. Some of that is hard to quantify, but some of it can be. I mean, we do know how many people are asking for assistance now. Whether that's representative, as you've indicated, of people who express affordability issues to you or to others, but don't go seek them, is that's going to be very hard to identify with any accuracy. Affordability applied to one of the challenges we have is when you're struggling with resources, any bill that comes up, any increase or any change is viewed as the next one that's causing the problem, and so it's some of this is hard to make exact. I'm happy to follow up with Mr. Fournier and get some clarification about where some of the numbers came from.
Councilmember Song.
So yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification. So if when you call United Way's 211 for assistance, that's assistance that's provided to anyone in our community, regardless of where you are on the AMI or if whether or not you qualify for barrier busters. That's a line that's been in use and supported by United Way locally. And if folks have followed their COVID response work, which has been really extensive, your issues are addressed, whether if it's utilities, rent, safety, abuse. So I would hope that folks who are in difficult situations would still make use of those services and not feel deterred, whether or not they qualify for barrier busters or not.
And I would just add, the recent reports we've had, Councilmember Hayner, from United Way have indicated, an increase here. And I think we got a slide from them recently that was shared. But that is a really good resource that Councilmember Song's referring to, that they're a good aggregator of that information and can get you to the assistance.
Councilmember Amlani.
Thanks, and I appreciate Councilmember Hayner bringing this up. In fact, I did bring it up yesterday at Council Caucus as well. I found it kind of odd that second whereas clause was in here based on the answers that we got to the questions I submitted. Page 5 of the answers as a chart, which clearly demonstrates an increasing need by folks seeking assistance. Based on the information that we've received, I would like to make a motion to strike that whereas clause because it's factually incorrect.
Is there a second? Is Second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Again, we'd like to just, base our legislation in fact and in data and based on the information that we're receiving, there is an increase in need for this assistance, and we need to be honest with ourselves. And I think it's, would be helpful to put that in this case and strike that second where clause to reflect the realities, because frankly, the demand and the need is increasing right now.
Councilmember Udina.
Thanks. Just really briefly, and I'll support this simply because I don't think that the clause itself has any impact on demonstrating our support for the bill in Lansing. I think it's important that we base our decisions in fact. I think the key here may be around the term water shutoff rather than need. I came to the same conclusion based on my conversations with staff throughout the week that we did not experience an increase in actual shutoffs, and that those any shutoffs that did occur were not actually related to need. But to the point that if it makes others more comfortable with this, I'm willing to support this amendment.
Mayor, if I could just point out, I mean, there's a moratorium on water shutoffs, so we're not actually experiencing water shutoffs.
So what as I wander through this, what I'm hearing is that there are no water shutoffs, and so therefore that portion is at least accurate. Has the city experienced
Reporting water affordability?
I mean, Mayor, in the interest of the intent behind this resolution, the idea that Councilmember Ramali has to remove this line, or Radina, I believe it was, to remove this line because the other items are clear and identifiable, may be your easiest way to move forward.
I'm content. Is that a friendly change to the body? All right. Further discussion, the main motion is amended.
Can you repeat for me, please, the friendly change that we just made?
Deleting the second whereas clause. Is that friendly to all? Further discussion on the main motion as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to appoint 3 at-large members to the Council of the Commons and confirm the PAC appointment to the Council of the Commons. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC4. Councilmember Hayner.
I'd like to move to postpone this resolution until the second meeting in January. I haven't had a chance to speak to all the applicants yet. Councilwoman Briggs and I have barely spoken on this matter, and we're in this together. And so it just, with our work session, my PAC and Center of the City meeting Tuesday, and the closed session on Wednesday and such, it really sucked up a lot of my communication time with constituents. And so I'm not prepared to move forward. We have an excellent list. We have 13 people. A couple have come in after the deadline who are also very qualified applicants. And so I'm like to move to postpone this to give us more time to work on this.
Second meeting of January. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember O'Malley. Discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Adina.
Thank you. I actually just have kind of a process question. I'll direct it towards you, Councilmember Hayner, but perhaps it's a question for staff, particularly to the point you made about applications coming in after the deadline. I've had constituents reach out to me who were unaware of the deadline and were interested as well. And I wonder if they should still apply if we are accepting late applications because we have not made appointments, or if we're holding firm to that deadline. And if we are, considering a postponement, would we maybe even be interested in opening it back up again?
Well, I don't know the answer to that because I took a packet from our coordinator for boards and commissions, and he cut them at the deadline and sent it. And it was 13 people he sent to Councilwoman Briggs and I. And then on the Tuesday, I had a Center of the City meeting, and they said, go back and look. I think there's more people have applied. And sure enough, there was another one in there in Granicus, and there may be more even than those. And so I don't know that our deadline for culling from the applications was as important. I mean, I don't think we ever turn off applications for boards and commissions, even though we've expressed a deadline that we wanted to get it in under. I don't know what our procedure is for, I mean, I think we accept them year round. And so I would, at some point, we're going to have to say this is the group that we're selecting from. I don't know when that point is. I wish I had a better answer. I don't know if there's a legality around the resolution that said this is when the cutoff's going to be. I honestly don't know.
For my part, let me just suggest that you and Councilmember Briggs adopt and take from the set that you both consent upon.
Well, I agree. That's probably what I would do. And so I don't know when we're going to meet.
Is there any objection to that? Mr. Crawford, you're looking unusually communicative.
Sorry, I was just looking at the resolution.
Is there a date in the resolution?
The date? No, I just have the resolve clauses in a report for myself. I do not see the date in there, but I thought I had read it in there. But your solution is makes a lot of sense to me.
All right. Well, let's.
I'm
so we will. Councilmember Briggs, Hayner, the deadline that you consent upon is good enough for me, and I think the body. Councilmember Regina, you still have the floor.
No, thank you. That I think answers my question, and I will let residents who have reached out know that they can continue to apply and potentially would be considered.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Hayner's postponement of this so we can have an opportunity to meet and discuss and do that over the holidays. I would think that maybe we could think about, we can discuss this later, but maybe accepting applications through the end of the year or something like that, something where we figure out some cutoff date so we really know what we're reviewing. And then since we're postponing this for until the second meeting in January, I'd also suggest that we work together and work with staff just to make sure that we're really clear about sort of the purpose around what the Council of Commons will do. I think there's a few pieces that may be a little ill-defined right now. We just want to make sure that we're setting it up to be a successful body with a clear scope and role and term limits and such for the folks who are going to be on the body. So we can discuss that and work with staff to clear that up, hopefully before things come back to council in January.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs really hit the nail on the head in terms of our conversation at the Park Advisory Commission. And I do just want to acknowledge Steve Borgsdorf, who's a longtime Parks Commissioner and attorney and all around like level-headed great person who volunteered for this. And so I'm assuming we'll just move that forward as a whole, and I'm comfortable with that. Some of the questions that came up at PAC and were expressed by commissioners were just around this lack of clarity, and some commissioners said, well, how can we volunteer if we don't know what the time commitment is, or we don't know what the purpose of this group is? And one commissioner I thought was, really asked a great question. What does this mean in terms of recruiting for diversity in the commission if you can't tell applicants how often they're going to meet and how long the commitment's going to be and what the purpose is? So I hope in giving that additional time that Councilmember Briggs and Hayner can work with staff to just also come back ideally with some goals in terms of mission and purpose and timeline, so that both the people who are participating and we as a council understand what we're voting on and why we're confirming or not. It's hard to know how to confirm people if we don't know what the purpose of it is. So, and I think PAC was also spot on in suggesting that we have an excellent, for lack of better term, skate park model to follow, which after some time and a group resulted in a memorandum of understanding with the city that spoke both to plans for a site and a means of funding them. So thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate Councilmember Hayner's and Councilmember Briggs' attempts into looking into this further and deeper to be able to make a better decision on who to appoint. And so I appreciate the due diligence and the time that's being asked to do that. To respond to Councilmember Radina, I think, for folks, they can continue to apply. I know, there's often people who have to leave boards and commissions before their terms are up, and you have to go back and look at the applicants, and I believe those applicants that came after the deadline would then be eligible for the appointment in those cases. I definitely do think it's important to stay within our deadlines that we had set. I think, for transparency and consistency and integrity, I think we should do that. I think that's a standard practice. I think you set deadlines for reasons like that, and you need to be consistent with them. But I would encourage others to apply for future needs. And I believe that, time commitments, who knows? I mean, when you're on these boards and commissions, 1 month you might spend 10, 20 hours on an issue, and then the next month or so there's very little to be done. So I think what folks should expect by serving on this newly formed body is what you would expect on any of our boards and commissions, and I think there's 64 of them currently that the city has. Just some feedback onto this process here. I don't think these issues and these questions should suspend progress. I think a lot of these issues and decisions will be made once the people are appointed and the body's together, and they can work through these questions and the growth of this committee with the assistance of city resources and city staff. There's going to be these type of concerns and questions regardless of the nature of the board or commission. And so it's not easy launching something that doesn't have a template. So thanks and good luck with all that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just again to speak to this postponement. Yeah, the final resolve clause of our previous resolution, it did say that appointments for meetings need to be made on or before the 21st, which is tonight, and we closed them on the 11th. And so I'm hoping that it's not in bad faith to delay this. I think it will be in the best interest of everyone if we do. I mean, we could fill in 3 names, but because somebody did step up, Mr. Borgsdorf did step up at PAC and volunteer, so I just put the resolution on the agenda in keeping with that old resolve clause. So I appreciate the consideration that we would delay this, and I'll put together a packet prior to our vote when this comes back at the second meeting in January, and that describes the task force report and the ancillary documents, supporting documents for that speak to this Council of the Commons and what its task and function is, and it'll help explain a little further what's going on with that. And hopefully that'll help us in making a decision as the people who sit there for that initial set of meetings and decide the bylaws and what's going to move forward. And I would encourage people to continue to apply for any board or commission throughout the year. Put your name in the hat. If your name's not in there, you don't have a chance. So thanks for this slight delay. And I think it's all going to work out. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah. I just wanted to provide a little bit more thoughts on why I think it's important to Councilmember Radina's point around, or no, I guess it was Councilmember Grant's point around timing of how, when people are going to serve. I mean, I just recently got off of Planning Commission, and so I knew that was going to be a commitment of every Tuesday night, and I could budget for that. And obviously the preparation that came along with that was greater than what was in the meetings, but it was very clear when I was going to be meeting, and that was something that I went into that group knowing, and the folks that serve on most of our boards and commissions understand before they're going in what the day and time of those meetings are going to be, and how frequent they're going to meet, because it's very different to meet for a body once a month than it is to meet 4 times a month, which I ended up doing with Planning Commission, and it's a much larger responsibility that we're asking out of community members. So I think we need to be pretty upfront about what we're asking of folks, and making sure that we're getting the right people to the table who have the ability to commit to this really important task in front of us. And I'm sure that Councilmember Hayner and I can work with staff over the next month to make sure that it's really clear what the role and the scope are going to be.
The discussion?
Mayor, the notes I have in front of me don't have the date, but I do recall the date that Councilmember Hayner is referring to. Because you have an action in front of you, you might consider, I don't know how you're planning to handle this resolution, but you might consider just adding a resolve clause to this resolution, deferring its completion until a date determined in the future. You know, until the first meeting in February, for example.
Instead of just simply postponing it, you mean?
I don't understand.
That would work. Yeah, never mind. That would work. Yep.
All right.
I mean, my thought on that, as I say that, is I believe in the resolution you set a specific date for action being this date. If that, and I'm not finding a language, but if the language was that you were selecting someone on this date, I guess you can just postpone that. Never mind. I would postpone it. You go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Beaudry sent that around to confirm it was the 11th and the 21st. And so
thank you.
That's what I had in my notes too. And I just, like I say, it's on me for not thinking ahead that we had a 5-hour work session, then my PAC meeting, then a COC meeting, and then the surprise closed session on the Wednesday. I just kind of ate up my week. And so I was fully unprepared for this meeting. And when Mr. Borgdorf stepped up, I thought, well, let's put it on the agenda, before Wednesday. That's all. So, okay.
Further discussion of the postponement? Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is postponed. Are there communications today from our city attorney?
No, Mayor.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. We have a motion, please, to approve this clerk's report, moved by Council Member Mamlawi, seconded by Council Member Radina. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? The clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please dial the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 980-3597-8943. Again, 980-3597-8943. Once you are connected, please enter *9. Enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Our clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak by stating the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 205.
Hi, my name is Joe Spalding. I'm calling from the great state of Michigan. I wanted to thank Councilmember Ramlawi for mentioning electric vehicles, talking about those. He's absolutely correct here. He can be even more correct if he starts talking about how road infrastructure and car-centric infrastructure is the epitome of environmental degradation. So that's pretty cool. I really like that. What I didn't like, as a 36-year resident of these great United States of America, is the not so subtle attempt to suppress free speech in the city of Ann Arbor. This is despicable. 3 members of this council owe Adam Goodman an apology for speaking over him during his public comment time. Y'all have your time where you can speak. Y'all know how to use it, and you should. You should not be silencing members of the public. You should not be passing rules. And the city attorney is going to make sure you know that absolutely clear, that if you're trying to silence me, that's an actionable offense. And I mean, like, I'm not the type of person that gets angry. I get excited sometimes. I also get litigious. So when it comes to that, let's make sure that we're not silencing free speech. And let's not try to pretend that we have some sort of reverence for the truth when we have Jeff Hayner, who absolutely talked on his phone. Thanks again, Councilmember Ramlawi, for bringing up that rule. When Dr. Lisa Jackson was speaking, giving her briefing from the Police Oversight Committee a few months ago. I've got it on video. Jeff, your lips are moving. You tried to say after the fact that you weren't speaking, that you were trying to hear, but we can see your lips moving. You know, so when it comes to suppression of free speech, there's a right side and a wrong side. The right side is patriotic, it's American, you know what it is. And, you know, when it comes to the acceptable behavior of elected officials in this country, in any city, in any one of the 89,000 municipal governments in this country, we got to expect more from ourselves. If you can't handle some criticism, I mean, the mayor gets called a demon by the same callers every week, and he keeps it cool. So, like, my question is, why should you guys continue to be city council members, especially you, Mr. Hayner, when y'all, you know, try to suppress free speech and you don't come prepared and you try to blame things on absolutely everybody else? Take some
30
personal
seconds.
accountability, show some bravery for once, and put some trust in the public. And if you can't handle a few of the words that some people say because they're critical of you, you really need to talk to a therapist. It's a much better option than yelling at the public over them when they are speaking. And thank you for letting me say anything without interrupting me.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 891, do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Ed Vilmetti. I'd like to read to you a bit of the new additions to the Open Meetings Act that were added in October 2020 that speak directly to issues that came up in the council meeting tonight. It reads in MCL 15.263A at 2, a meeting of a public body held electronically under this section, so that public participants can hear members of the public body and can be heard by members of the public body and other participants during the public comment period. Now, this is not old law, this is fairly new, but you should heed it. Interrupting public commenters is a violation of the Open Meetings Act, or at least it looks like it from my reading. I'm sure the city attorney would have some opinion on that. In any case, as a previous commenter said, thank you for not shouting me down during my public comment time. Again, Edward Vilmetti, Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Oh, okay, great. Wow, what a year it's been, huh? But we made it. We pulled together as a community, as this MLive article says. Let's check it out. Percentage of poor ratings nearly double. It's really worth having a discussion as a group, as uncomfortable as it may be, that we can commit to that different kind of behavior. Said, grand, okay, that's cool, I guess. I know it's important to many people in this group. Try to get the reputation back. Oh, you came up with some classroom rules, huh? Move beyond past grievances, give each other the benefit of the doubt, treat each other with sensitivity, be clear about what you stand for and speak out when you have the responsibility to speak out. Disagree agreeably, come prepared and act with professionalism, respect others, their ideas, expertise, and time. Uphold the First Amendment of the United States of America. Be patient with each other. Don't allow policy differences to become personal. Don't allow short-term differences to get in the way of long-term success/goals. Ground opinions, decisions, and public statements about colleagues in reason, data, and expertise. Speak when you have something to add to the conversation, not when, you know, a common folk person is telling you that you're doing a shitty job. Promote trust in city government and respect for city staff. Are you serious about that one? I hope so. When people possible speak with I statements without assigning intent to others in conflict or debate, such as, I think I hear you saying, rather than you said. Try to avoid injecting past conflicts into current circumstances. Try to recognize and value the diversity of personal experiences, interests that everyone brings to the council. Oh, and I just have a question before time runs out.
30 seconds.
Jeff, Elizabeth, and Kathy were away from their screen when the first public commenter was speaking. Now, is that even allowed? Is that like not? I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know. But collaborate for shared success, forward movement, follow council rules. Oh, and Jeff, what are you building in your house over there? I'm just curious from the other MLive article that I read. You know, I'm going to wait until more information comes out of the story. Hopefully the city can get upstairs to your attic and check it out. I don't know. But I think we need to follow that story and see where it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Do you have a comment?
Hi, this is Ralph McKee. You can hear, I hope.
Yes, we can.
I guess there's a couple things that happened tonight that kind of make my head spin a little bit. And the first, I'll start with the one that happened later in the meeting. I heard a whole bunch of people talking about the short-term rental issue say that the current operators of the short-term rentals are, quote, legal, end quote. And I think, you know, the city attorney might have given you some advice about that, but my bet is it was maybe a bit more mixed than that. And I really think that you shouldn't be saying that without knowing that, because there's never been a determination of that. And in fact, you can make some really good arguments that the current users or current operators are violating the current ordinance. And that's the whole point of what is a legal non-conforming use. Is it legal or not? And none of you can say that it is, because you don't know. You don't, and I think some of you have legal training, but I think that's only one or two people on council. And I bet the ones that have not studied it, but they still are saying it without knowing that. And that's really bad, because you should, the whole point, if they're not legal, then you and the city should be suing one of them as a test case to determine that, not just assuming it and saying it as if it's real. It's not. Number two, that the whole issue of the water rates, the discussion was a great discussion, except that it ignored the Hahn lawsuit completely. And the problem is that our current method of funding water infrastructure, which I totally agree with, and I want it funded, and I would be willing to pay a tax to do that. But the current way of funding it is we're being sued over that for $10 million or tens of millions of dollars. And you're completely ignoring that. You just added a gigantic amount onto the damages of that lawsuit. And when you sit there and you say, we're trying to be responsible stewards and fiscal responsibility and avoid lawsuit risk, you did just exactly the opposite to the tune of millions of dollars tonight.
30 seconds.
And to do that without even talking to your outside counsel about that yet is, I find it hard to even find words to describe that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 083. Caller 083, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself.
Am I heard?
Yes, you're heard.
Hello. Hello, Council. This is Alan Haber. I wanted to comment on the Council of the Commons postponement and consideration. I was a little disappointed that you weren't able to move forward and accelerate this whole process. And then in another way, it is correct that this Council of the Commons has very little definition and needs more discussion. Attentive to the discussions in the task force, the Council of the Commons is seen as coming out of the activities generated by people actually using this commons and doing activities in mutual aid and so on and so forth. The activity, the doing of it, it comes before the governance of it. And so you're setting up a kind of governance before there is actually that which is to be governed, which is the energies of people being released in a place that belongs to all of us. So I think further consideration is just how this Council of the Commons functions, but particularly your continued encouragement to people getting involved and doing things on this space as it is safe, and the initiating committee that you empowered in our previous resolution is getting together a lot of information and are moving along. So I hope we can see some continued cooperation, but really there needs to be a sense of how you see the Council of the Commons and the people there as part of a whole reservoir of talent and creativity to make this center of the city a vibrant downtown destination for everyone. So I look forward to when you bring it back before you, but do read what I sent to you about abundance and the gift economy, and particularly the importance in putting someone in the hearing of this, a voice from the indigenous community that looks back to the story of Ann Arbor before any of us people came here, and looking, many of them, further than we can see. So I want to underscore that to you also, that in the composition of whatever becomes the collective governance of this, the indigenous voice that carries the cultural sense of the commons and the gift economy, as this Potawatomi woman expressed in her paper Abundance that I sent to all of you. Do read it. It's
30 seconds.
Anyhow, well, that's what I wanted to say. Believe it, I'll end early. Thank you for your work. You really stick to a lot of this stuff. Congratulations. And the Commons is coming to Ann Arbor. Do be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 340, do you have a comment?
Yes. Hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Luis Vasquez. I'm a resident of the First Ward. Interrupting Ann Arbor citizen and taxpayer Adam Goodman during public commentary by council members Griswold, Hayner, and Ramlawi was very disappointing to me. And I feel very embarrassed for Ann Arbor as I see such naked exercises of censorship by public officials who should know better than to attack a constituent while they're speaking from the podium. Regarding Jeff Hayner's second floor addition onto his house, FOIAs have been filed
and by many parties now, and the truth will come out eventually as to what really happened. I'm not calling Jeff Hayner's resignation for allegedly violating our city's norms and regulations, but I am asking our city administrator and city attorney to conduct a proper investigation into Mr. Hayner's conduct concerning his second floor addition. Secondly, I would respectfully request that Mr. Hayner not censor and block his constituents on social media. He frequently comments and posts on city council matters, especially in Facebook and other venues, and all of his constituents deserve to know what he posts so that they and we can petition for redress of grievances in front of city council. I would ask the city attorney if Mr. Hayner's blocking of constituents is a potential violation of our First Amendment rights. And that shouldn't Mr. Hayner be admonished to not draw the city of Ann Arbor into potential lawsuits. Finally, I would ask council members Griswold, Hayner, and Ramlawi the following question. When have you ever been interrupted while speaking in front of our city council as a public citizen? Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no other callers with their hands raised.
If there are any callers who wish to speak, please enter *9 now. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I would just like to try to correct the narrative that's being portrayed right now by folks who often I have policy differences with, who are using this opportunity to mischaracterize my intentions at the beginning of this meeting. It was not to censor the public speaker. I was asking for the chair of this meeting call to order, because I felt what was being done was off script, doesn't abide by the rules that we adopted tonight about sticking to the issue that you called in and you signed up to talk about. And it's, I know the mayor and others on council have been called a lot of nasty things, myself included. But I'm human and I have emotion, and sometimes it gets the best of me. But my intent was not to censor anybody. In fact, if anyone has followed my campaign trail and my history of getting here, they know censorship isn't what I stand for. In fact, I was politically blackmailed in my campaigns for the issue of First Amendment rights and such. So I stand by to defend the Constitution of the United States. My issue earlier in this meeting was to call to order what I thought was off script, and perhaps I was wrong, but I felt what my right is, and frankly my responsibility, and so it's not to censor anybody.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I think it was interesting. The last caller wanted to know how many times when have I ever been interrupted? And of course, anybody who spoke for years at council as a 3-minute person, especially around topics that were charged in the community, has been interrupted. I've been interrupted several times speaking at council, jeers, boos, clapping, finger snapping, whatever, all kinds of stuff in many, many ways. And so it happens. And it especially happens when the facilitator of the meeting doesn't facilitate and doesn't follow the rules. And it's not speaking to the topic in those first issues, which is a problem, although it is a problem. The problem is the violation of the rule where, you know, you're happy to take your abuse, Mr. Mayor, with the rest of us when they were called racist for not supporting the, you know, Palestinian rights as an example. You know, but some of us aren't, because, you know, some of us aren't happy, aren't delighted with the notion that people can come on here and slander and lie and say all kinds of whatever pops into their head about things they think they know about us, no matter how false they are. And, you know, in an effort to, who knows what is in their heads, and I really don't want to know, frankly. You know, but if we're going to adopt these rules and the rules aren't going to be followed or put into effect, then what choice do we have but to call for order? And so, you know, yes, I've been interrupted many times when speaking at the podium in the council chambers. And, you know, that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. If somebody likes or doesn't like the thing you say and they're sitting in the audience, they're welcome to say it. And I've seen examples of, you know, we've had council members who just get up and leave the table when someone's speaking about something they don't like. And so if that's, you know, if the virtual equivalent of that is, I'm just going to get up and leave my place here in front of my city issued device, then perhaps that's, you know, more in keeping with what the precedent has been at our body. I'm not sure that that's appropriate either. And I wasn't sure at the time, because we saw it regularly where certain council members would stand up and walk out of the room when people were at that podium. And I found that almost every bit as offensive. And that's happened to me also. That happened way back when, I won't even say way back when people were, you know, they just didn't have any interest in listening to us prior to the reorganization, you know, redesigning of the council chambers, where the tables were in a different format. People they just get up and leave when we were talking. And so, you know, that's similarly unnecessary, but I suppose it's better than calling for order when council rules are constantly being broken. That's something I'll have to decide upon. You know, perhaps it's better when people start slandering, I just get up and walk away and let them blow off their steam or whatever. I mean, it's an unusual situation we have here, where some libelous reporting that really hung the city building department out to dry about my personal situation has grown to be some kind of political nonsense in certain circles. So I would just like to say, yes, I have been interrupted many times.
Councilmember Regino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to use a moment of my time here to address something that you already addressed earlier, but also to apologize to the public and to particularly any Black members of our city who were listening in tonight and heard an offensive and unacceptable racial slur that disgusted and enraged me. I actually almost called for us to take a moment's break because I was so upset by it. But I didn't want to give credence to that caller either, and allow him to disrupt us tonight. I think it emphasizes that racism is still a very real and very present problem in our country, in our community, and perhaps even more prevalent now because of the platform that's been given by our soon-to-be ex-president, and frankly, the anonymity created behind, you know, the Zoom meetings that we're in now. But I think it highlights and underscores the importance for us to really prioritize our anti-racism work here in the community and to prioritize our equity work here in the community. I think it's very clear that there is still a problem and there is still a frankly disgusting segment of society that subscribes to these horrific racist beliefs. And again, I just apologize to anyone who's listening, and I appreciate the clerk for disconnecting the call, and would like to have further conversations with staff about what we can do to prevent these types of things whenever possible in the future. I know that that's likely going to be difficult when folks are allowed to call in, but I just wanted to address this. I think it was something that was worth further conversation and reflection. And so thank you for the time, but I hope that this underscores our need to continue our anti-racism work and to make our city a more inclusive place. Thank you.
Councilor Grant.
Thank you. Travis, I really appreciate that. And I also want, along not such intentionally hateful lines, but do want to apologize. And it was brought to my attention when I was looking at something on the break about the use of the term grandfathering, and I would request from, which I understand has racist roots, and I apologize for using it. It certainly was not my intent. And if planning staff could give us a word that says the same thing that we can all get on the same page and use, I would be very appreciative of that. So I do want to apologize for my repetitive use of that term, which, and if it offended anyone. And just want to say in the year ahead, I'm really looking to working with admin and talking about our rules so that I think we can raise the level of conversation at this table and start taking some responsibility for our behavior. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember, you are on mute.
Sorry, it's after midnight, and I want to end the year by thanking everyone on council, staff, and especially community members for engaging in local government. I think that while tonight's meeting has not been cordial, we have accomplished a tremendous amount this year. And in ending, I'd like to read a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, and small minds discuss people. Good night.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, wanted to thank Councilmember Rodina for putting a spotlight on the one issue, the one caller that called in tonight that we really should be focusing attention on. Those racist comments were unacceptable, and it's really unbelievable that we can experience a call like that in 2020. And so I'm glad that you're drawing attention to it at the end of the night. I think it will be challenging for us to find ways to prevent it, but I think what we can do is call it out when we see it and all state how much we find it to be deplorable action. And also, Councilmember Grant, thanks for mentioning the grandfathering. I'm guilty of just falling back to what is easy to say. I think that the proper term is to make legally non-conforming. It's just not catchy, but we're gonna have to get on board with the appropriate language. And I'm glad that admin committee and the subcommittee is working on rules. There's been a lot of claims tonight, however, that some rules were broken, and maybe I don't want to drag this conversation out longer, but I'm reading through the rules and I'm having a hard time understanding where the mayor did not enforce appropriately. I mean, the disorderly conduct at meetings suggests that the chair may call to order any person who engages in personal attacks, not shall. And so there is a fair amount of discretion there. And I think the conversation around personal attacks is fairly, that's maybe something that the admin committee may want to dig in a little deeper about what that means, so we can come to some agreement about that. But I would like to go on record again by stating that I really think it's inappropriate that that council members yelled over a member of the public tonight. It was rightfully calling in and not breaking any of our rules, as far as I can tell, looking through our rules.
Further communication from council? Postman, do we have a closed session today?
Yes, as discussed earlier, there's been a request for a closed session, and the closed session is on pending litigation. The pending litigation is Washtenaw County Circuit Court case titled Hahn versus the City of Ann Arbor. And the closed session is under the provision of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a motion to go into closed session? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Griswold.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We're in closed session. See you on the other side.
Mayor, I've sent that link for
Discussion. CA 13, resolution to approve amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Rosati Schultz Jopic Adminsblach Buchler PC for legal services relative in the amount of $180,000 to Han litigation. Moved by Council Member Dish, second by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion, please, of CA 13. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Council Member Dish, second by Councilmember Nelson. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
Good night, folks.
Thank you.